When did connection start feeling so disconnected? It's time to talk. This May, we're not just logging in, we're linking up for a global movement. Because in most hands, there's a device, and behind every screen is a mind at stake. The Melissa Institute, created for change, backed by science, powered by the community.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Melissa Institute's 29th Annual Conference, the Social Media Challenge, Research-Based Strategies to Protect Minds and Strengthen Communities. I'm Dr. Etienne Aldarondo, Executive Director of the Melissa Institute for Violence Prevention and Treatment in Miami, and I'm honored to serve as your host for today's conference. To begin, I'd like to invite the Melissa Institute co-founder and board president, Lynn Apman, to share a few words about why the Melissa Institute was created and why its mission continues to matter so deeply to all of us. Lynn?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Monday, May 5th, marks 30 years since my husband, Michael, and I received a phone call that is every parent's worst nightmare. Our oldest daughter, Melissa, was murdered just 2 weeks prior to her college graduation as a result of a carjacking in St. Louis, where she was attending Washington University. Melissa cared deeply about a world free from violence. During her college career, she met a number of victims of violence, and she talked about it in one of her college essays. She said that violence has been present since the beginning of civilization, and yet women have always been able to find strength to counteract this violence. A year after Melissa's murder, Michael and I joined with Dr. Donald Meichenbaum and Dr. Susan Keeley to start an organization that would be unique to prevent violence. It was Don's vision to bring the results of research to all of you who are working in the field every day so that informed decisions could be made about what works and what doesn't work. I'm very proud to say that this is our 29th annual conference, and we have accomplished so much over the years, and yet there is so much left to do. I want to thank all of the participants today for being here, and I want to especially thank all of our presenters. We have 3 boards: our working board, our honorary board, and our scientific board. Our scientific board has given so generously of their time and talents to make this organization what it is. I encourage each of you to go to our website where there's a wealth of information on various aspects of violence. Today's conference is really important, and I'm excited to hear about all of the information that will be shared. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank our wonderful, tiny but mighty staff, Christina Fonseca, Derby Peck, and of course, our executive director, Dr. Etienne Aldarondo. We have people from all over the country and all over the world today, and I have to say this is our best attended conference yet. So thank you all for being here, and with that, I'll turn the program back over to Etienne.
Thank you, Lynn, for the courage to turn your grief into good for the world, for your friendship, and for your inspiring and guiding the Melissa Institute development for 29 years. As Lynn shared, the Melissa Institute was founded in memory of Melissa Apman with a mission to help prevent other families from experiencing such tragic loss. Nearly 3 decades later, we continue that mission, serving as a catalyst for change and a trusted source of research-based solutions to violence, trauma, and mental health challenges. Today, our resources and trainings have reached more than 100,000 people in 138 countries, and we provide consultation to organizations locally and nationally on violence prevention, trauma-informed care, and resilience. A warm welcome to all of you joining us today. We are thrilled to have over 400 participants from across Florida, including Miami-Dade, Broward, Orlando, and Tampa, as well as attendees from the US, Canada, and the United Kingdom, where several of our presenters are based. We're also joined by participants from New Zealand, France, Italy, Kenya, Indonesia, Belgium, China, and the United Arab Emirates, a testament to the global relevance of today's conversation. My apologies if I left any country out, and we'll include you in the acknowledgement later. Please remember that all of the Institute resources, including trainings like today's, are free of charge and available on our website and YouTube channel. These resources are made possible thanks to the expertise of our well-renowned scientific board, several of whom you'll be hearing from today. All we ask in exchange is that you use this information to help repair the world. And if you are in a position to do so, we would like you to consider making a donation to help us continue this work. Our annual conferences aim to address present challenges to safety and well-being. This year, we turn to the growing concerns surrounding social media and youth mental health. Some of you may recall that we first sounded the alarm about the importance of these issues back in 2015, that our annual conference focused on social media challenges back then. Today, as the US Surgeon General has warned, social media poses a profound risk to the well-being of children and adolescents. Today, together, we face that challenge head-on. You'll hear from leading experts from around the globe who will share the latest research on social media's impact on brain development, mental health, and relationships, evidence-based strategies to combat misinformation, promote resilience, and reduce harm, and ideas for building safer digital environments and stronger communities. I urge you to engage with us through the day. Use the chat to connect with your fellow attendees. Submit your questions via the Q&A feature. Share our TMI link library with others who could benefit from these tools. Now, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing today's first keynote speaker. Dr. Mitch Prinstein is the John Van Seters Distinguished Professor of Psychology and Neurosciences at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where he co-directs the Winston National Center for Technology and the Developing Mind. He currently serves as Chief Science Officer at the American Psychological Association. A leading expert in adolescent mental health, Dr. Prinstein has more than 25 years studying how peer relationships, both offline and online, influence depression, self-injury, and other risks. He's a board-certified clinical psychologist, author of over 250 scientific publications and 12 books, and a trusted advisor to the White House, Surgeon General, CDC, WHO, and major tech companies. Today, he will help us understand the risk and opportunities that social media presents for youth and what we can do about it. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mitch Prinstein.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'm so honored to be here and be a part of the amazing work that the Melissa Institute is doing. It's so impressive and exciting to learn more about what's happening and all of these opportunities that are available free of charge. What I'm excited to talk about today is what we're starting to learn about social media and adolescent mental health. And I'm happy to do so with a summary of findings from myself and Dr. Eva Telzer, who's the co-director of our center from the Winston Family Foundation. It's probably no surprise to anyone listening that the sight of young people interacting together has gone from looking like this to this to this. And although not that long ago, I needed to begin a talk like this by talking about what social media and technology really looked like. Now, instead, I'd like to start by talking about a couple of misconceptions that are out there, because this has been so heavily covered within the media, and instead offer you an overview of what the science actually says To begin, I'd like to mention that although there have been some discussions about the youth mental health crisis being completely caused by social media, I want to make clear that that does not seem to fit with the data. Folks who have talked about social media as being related to the youth mental health crisis have talked about the simultaneous or seemingly the correspondence between the onset of social media like Facebook and what looked like increases in the rates of sadness and hopelessness, as well as perhaps suicidality. And these are data from the CDC, their youth risk behavior surveillance system, which allows for a national stratified sampling of risk behaviors among American teenagers. And what you can see, of course, is that actually we've seen quite a variability in a number of these measures over the years. And in many cases, behaviors that we would expect to see increasing because they're frequently the subject of social media discussions are not all increasing. Leading us to remember that just because two things happen at the same time does not mean that one is causing the other. In fact, when you talk with adolescents and you ask them about why they believe there's been such an increase in mental health difficulties, what they will tell you is what we've known in the literature for a long time, and that is that stress is one of the biggest predictors for the onset of psychological symptoms. What are they stressed about? Well, you can see here a number of factors that adolescents report as being incredibly concerning to them and leading to quite a lot of stress that they believe has led to loneliness, depression, anxiety, risk behaviors, and concerns about their future. The second misconception I wanted to start by addressing is the idea that social media experiences that adults have might be very similar to what young people are experiencing with social media. And this, again, is a myth. It's important to remember that many adolescents are being introduced to technology at maybe the worst possible time, because it's a time that's associated with tremendous changes in the adolescent brain. Of course, we all know that during the first year of life, we want to keep kids away from technology or screens because we know their brain is forming. What most people don't realize is that the second most substantial period for adolescent brain reorganization and growth is actually in the couple of years just before the pubertal transition. That's a period of time when we're seeing a remarkable amount of change in the adolescent brain as it goes from what children can experience to the adult brain that we'll live with for the rest of our lives. And what's important about that is to know that it's about 1 or 2 years before you start to see external signs of puberty on the outside of the body, that the brain has already begun to begin its changes due to puberty. Now, the adolescent brain does not change all at once. At around 10 or 11 years old, we start seeing changes from the back of the brain towards the front, and from the parts that are lower in the brain or more primitive that we share with other mammals to the cortex, which sits on top and is more uniquely human. Now, so that means around 10 or 11 years old, one of the first areas of the brain that's starting to develop is the eye rolling center. This is the part of the brain that suddenly makes kids seem to be very interested in their peers and not so interested in their parents anymore, or perhaps thinking that their parents are suddenly not as cool as they were just a few months before. And the reason why that's happening is because an area of the brain called the anterior cingulate cortex, and specifically the ventral striatum, is beginning its changes by becoming suddenly a proliferation of oxytocin and dopamine receptors. Now, you've probably heard of those brain chemicals. Oxytocin, it leads us to be very interested in social bonding with peers and craving those kinds of social interactions. And we see this in other mammals. Even adolescent mice who experience their full pubertal transition in just 1 week, during that week are much more interested in spending time with other adolescent mice and not with adult mice. But that second substance that I mentioned is dopamine. And that leads us to feel really good when we're getting any kind of attention reward from peers. That could be peers looking at us, nodding to what we're saying, agreeing with us, giving us a sense of power or influence. All of that leads to a tremendous dopamine kind of release. So what this means is that starting around the age 10, kids become very sensitive to peer feedback. They're very interested in attention from their peers. And this is ironically around the time now that we start giving a lot of kids a device. Now, a long time ago, remember that there was a way in which this brain development fit our environment. So kids had a lot of peer experience when they were at school, but when they went home from school, they had much, much less interactions with peers. They might be able to call them on the telephone. We used to have something called a busy signal. It was a natural way in which kids might not spend every moment with their peers around the clock, but with technology, that has changed. Now kids can have 24/7 access to peer attention and feedback simply at the press of a button. The reason why this is important is the very last area of the brain that develops in adolescence is the prefrontal cortex, or right below our forehead. And this is an area very unique to humans. It is an area that allows us to inhibit our behaviors, to stop ourselves from engaging in whatever impulse that we might feel will help us feel good. Now, that area doesn't fully develop until around our mid-20s or so. So that means we have a developmental sensitivity period from about 10 until about our mid-20s, when we are going to be very, very interested in talking about peers and who's popular and who's friends with whom and how can we get attention and positive regard from peers. And we're going to have a really harder time stopping ourselves from pursuing that impulse at every possible opportunity. The third misconception that I'd like to address is the idea that social media is all good or it's all bad, and we have to think of it as an all or nothing experience. So it is in fact the case that that social media is made up of several different kinds of experiences. Your experience on social media today might be very different than it was yesterday or tomorrow, and is surely very different from another person's social media experience. That's because, in part, when we say social media, we're actually talking about a few different things that are all being lumped together with that one title of social media. One is the content. So what gets posted on social media, either by adolescents themselves or others, might expose kids to things that might influence their development. And we've seen this with all kinds of different forms of content. Things that happen on TV or in the movies, things that they're exposed to on email, and so on. But what might be very unique about social media is that that content is surrounded by a number of functions on the social media platforms themselves. So for instance, there's a like button. The like button has a count of how many people might have liked it. There's a comments feature. The comments themselves can be liked. There are notifications. There are ways of looking at how many followers each person who liked it or commented on it has. And all of that is directly relevant to how the adolescent brain is responding to that content. For instance, one study was done where they showed kids pictures in an Instagram-like platform. These were pictures of things that were dangerous, illegal, immoral. And what they found was that as kids were having their brains scanned and they saw that content, the prefrontal cortex was activated. And that's good news. That means that there was an inhibition response, or kind of the brain's brakes were suddenly being activated when they saw those illegal and dangerous behaviors. But then when they showed kids those very same pictures with an icon that said that that picture had gotten many likes, suddenly there was a deactivation of the prefrontal cortex, or in other words, less brakes. So it really cleanly demonstrated that these features and functions in social media change how the brain is responding to the content that they see online. And then third, relatively new, is that we've seen artificial intelligence, which is suddenly, for the first time in the history of our human species, it has started to make some of our social decisions for us. It now offers us content in a specific order. It offers us friend choices. It might give us their content in a certain sequence as well. It might even suggest to us what we should say to our friends and when we should comment to our friends. And that's the first time that we've really ever allowed a computer to kind of choose for us the people to interact with or what to say to them or in what order. Now, remember, as adults, you might feel like those are mere suggestions. But when you're a child and it feels very, very important to remain as active as possible on these platforms because you have a biological sensitivity to what's happening, you might be particularly susceptible to those AI recommendations. It's important also to remember that adolescent development is gradual and continuous. A lot of folks that talk about age restrictions on social media might sometimes forget that age is a sloppy measure of kids' competence. So not all 15-year-olds are the same, and not all kids go to sleep on the last day of being 14, where they are filled with risk and they wake up the next morning suddenly resilient. We need to be thinking about adolescence as developing different competencies, which might happen at different ages. Remember that the online environment is reflecting what happens offline because the online environment has been programmed by humans. So we'll see some things built right into the platforms themselves. And a lot of what I'm going to talk with you about today is based on what we call longitudinal research, which is a way that we can say that experiences that kids have at one time point is related to changes in their functioning over time. We're unable to ethically do the kinds of randomized controlled trials that would be needed to talk about cause and effect, because it would be unethical to force some kids to spend time on devices and force other kids not to, and then see how they grow up years later. As a result, we use the best research evidence that we can ethically, and that is these longitudinal studies. What I'm going to tell you is that the information that we're learning is a bit different than maybe what you've been hearing in the media. Specifically, the research that we've been doing is not looking at social media as all good or all bad. We are interested in knowing under what conditions might there be some kids who experience content or features that might help their development, and some might experience features or content that might present some risk. So what I will be doing for the rest of this presentation is very quickly telling you how scientists have unpacked the questions about technology and social media on adolescent development. And we've done this by asking much more specific questions that help us to understand the very nuanced and complicated ways that technology might be related to how kids are growing up today. I want to start by mentioning that indeed there is clear evidence that social media and technology is related to positive aspects of kids' development. And that might especially be the case for kids who have interests or an identity that might be different from most of the other kids in their school, in their neighborhood, or maybe even an identity that only they have within their own household. So I'm talking about a racial, ethnic, gender, sexual, religious, any kind of identity that might make kids feel otherwise alone or misunderstood or seeking more information. Research has shown that these kids are able to access others with similar interests or a similar identity online. And that can help them, especially when they experience minority stress or the stress of being someone who is subject to discrimination, microaggressions, or other forms of being misunderstood or maltreated because of who they are. We find that when kids are seeking social support online, they can get immediate social support, even for things that might not necessarily be so stressful they would have talked about it out loud in real life. And what we're finding is that kids report that they have friends that are what's called online only friends. These are kids that say that they have a friend they know they will probably never meet in person in their lifetimes, but they nevertheless feel incredibly close to that person, and they report friendship quality that is just as strong as the friendship quality they have with their in real life friends. Now, what we found is that these online only friends are valuable and important, and in the face of stress, like let's say being bullied by peers, the presence of an online-only friend might serve as a resilience factor that leads to a lower risk of negative outcomes, including later suicidal behavior. We know that during COVID, those kids who were on social media actually did better than those kids who were not, because the companionship they were able to get online seemed to help them when they were otherwise in lockdown. There's research that shows that we have greater diversity within our peer contacts online than we do offline. And of course, that's a good thing. We have nice evidence to suggest that kids are able to form relationships and friendships with others and people all around the world, even when they live in neighborhoods that are still somewhat segregated and offer less opportunity for diversity. For what it's worth, it's important to remember that adolescents report that they enjoy a lot of their online experiences. We don't let adolescents do everything that they find enjoyable for as long as they want to do it. But it does tell us that there might be some stress relief and some joy that comes from their online experiences. So we don't want to take that away. And let's not forget how powerful the online environment has been to allow young people to engage in civic activism and engagement in ways that have truly changed our world on topics related to climate change or gun control. Kids have really been leaders for us in thinking about how we can enact major social change. And they have done so with the power of the internet and social media platforms. But when asked about online behavior and the use of technology, folks will often want to know, what is the right amount of time that kids should spend online? Is it 1 hour a day? Is it 4 hours a day? And the answer that I always give is that it's not about the amount of time they spend, it's about how they spend that time. And the reason why is because kids who might be online reading the New York Times news feed and then commenting and direct messaging with their friends about it could probably do so for many hours a day, and it would be very helpful. But that's not the way that a lot of kids use the online environment or social media. So one study that we have done is to try and look at why it is that kids say they go online and which are some of the ways that might be related to more risk or more harm. And what we found is that a lot of kids either accidentally or intentionally find themselves comparing their lives to others when they're online. And that seems to be particularly concerning. Now, this makes sense. A lot of us might go online and see a picture of somebody and think that that's what they look like as soon as they wake up in the morning. We might see them hanging out with friends or going to extravagant locations and think that this is what their life is like every day. It's natural for us to forget that these are not representative or random samples of these folks' lives. These are specifically picked images or posts to try and make one's life look as happy and positive as possible in many cases. And what happens is that kids tend to compare themselves and how they're feeling in any moment with someone's very best moments. And what we find is that that is associated with increases longitudinally in depression, anxiety, and also in weight-related behaviors, things like eating disordered behaviors, because often people are posting pictures of their bodies in ways that make people feel that their body doesn't look as good according to society standards. Now, in addition, there's research that we found showing that some kids are going online specifically to try and get as much feedback as possible, to get likes, to get comments, to get followers. Some of them are intentionally trying to get higher status, and not just because they're looking for an influencer career where they can make money, but because they're really seeking that validation. And that also seems to be related to increases in these same outcomes. Now, we used to see this specifically for girls because females and girls are already experiencing a remarkable amount of pressure about their physical appearance and their body shape in incredibly unfair ways, offline and online. It's important to remember, though, that we're seeing now that this is boys are catching up a bit, because boys are also starting to post images of their workouts, of how much they can lift at the gym. And that also is starting to lead to unhealthy weight-related behaviors for males as well. One of the things that's really important to remember is that there's a remarkable amount of cyber hate that's online. And I'm talking about peer victimization as well as discrimination and bias that's occurring towards individuals based on their identity or towards entire groups of individuals based on their shared identity. And again, that could be racial, ethnic, sexual, gender, religious, or any other kinds of areas where we're seeing hate being directed towards others. Now, there's a few things to take away from some of the research on cyber hate. One is that the vast majority of kids are being exposed to cyber hate in adolescence, and often quite frequently. The second is that the experience of cyber hate seems to be affecting depression and anxiety risk above and beyond how much kids are experiencing cyber hate in their offline lives. Now, that makes some sense. At first, it might seem confusing. Why would a post be even make things even worse for kids if they're experiencing this face to face in real life? But the answer seems to be because cyber hate is often harsher and more discriminatory online because people can post anonymously, and because with likes and with comments, you can really get the sense that there are many others who might agree with what was posted. And that kind of pile-on or consensus that seems to be suggested, even just by a few likes, seems to lead to even more anxiety and depression associated with cyber hate. But the third thing to remember is that it's not just the victims who experience more anxiety and depression when exposed to cyber hate. There's now research that says that everyone is at greater risk when they're exposed to cyber hate, even the bystanders, because many of us watch this happening. Even if it doesn't affect our own group or our own identity, it's affecting somebody that we know, that we care about, or it makes us think about others. And just seeing that kind of hate expressed ends up becoming quite concerning. So we're really seeing that as an issue that's affecting everybody now. And again, in real life or offline, sometimes bystanders don't see as much of how much this happens. Because it might happen in more covert ways. So adults are sometimes surprised to know that there are a remarkable amount of sites and content online that talk about disordered behavior or dangerous behavior. But it's not just talking about the nature of these kinds of behaviors, but actually encouraging kids to engage in this kind of dangerous behavior. One example is called non-suicidal self-injury. It's the tendency for individuals to try and hurt their own body tissue without trying to die. Cutting is maybe the most frequent example of this. And there are many websites out there that are not only talking about cutting, but are encouraging kids and teaching them how to cut themselves and how to hide that behavior from their parents. Now, these are data from YouTube from over 10 years ago, and you can see that the researchers had coded how many of these videos were not only discussing it, but actually encouraging kids to engage in that behavior. And it's remarkably surprising and concerning how much kids were being exposed to this information. Also, these videos are usually put in the context of groups. And when kids join these groups, they're able to interact with others who are engaging in the same cutting behavior. What's concerning about that is that sometimes kids will report, actually, I've decided I don't want to cut anymore. I found a different way to manage my emotions. And in these groups, kids report that they will frequently get punished by other peers for saying that they're going to stop engaging in those behaviors. So this is an environment where kids are not only being encouraged to do so, but they're being teased and mocked and excluded if they choose a more adaptive strategy instead. Now, YouTube, partially in response to results like these, has changed their policy to make sure these kinds of videos are not online anymore. But it's important to remember that TikTok, at least the version of TikTok in the United States, has not changed their policies. And in fact, kids are still able and frequently are exposed to these kinds of sites. This is very concerning because it's, of course, increased. There are now folks who are attempting suicide online with a live feed to get comments and likes while they are doing this. And kids are encouraged or even directed to sites where they can watch this behavior online. And this isn't just a few kids. The majority of kids report that they have been exposed to behaviors like these online by the time they finish high school. Another example of this are sites that encourage anorexia behavior, or sites that are called pro-ana. And these are also sites that encourage kids to idealize very unhealthy and unrealistic body shapes that they refer to as thinspiration, and also to create rules for social groups or art that talks about engaging in very dangerous behaviors that can jeopardize kids' lives, because it involves ways of changing one's body shape that are incredibly unhealthy. One research group actually did an experiment to look at the effects of AI. What they did was they bought a brand new phone. They did nothing on that phone to create cookies, if you know what those are, nothing to create a browsing history or any kind of preferences on the phone. But they did sign into TikTok, and they created a profile for what they said was a female who is 14 years old. They didn't search for any videos. They didn't watch any videos. They just wanted to see what the algorithm would do. And within 20 minutes, the researchers reported that they were getting content that was pro-ana content that was being recommended to them simply based on the algorithm purportedly saying that a 14-year-old female would likely be concerned about her body shape and might be interested in this content as a way of keeping her engaged on the platform. So again, evidence to suggest that perhaps the algorithm is actively pushing this kind of content to kids, even when they're not asking for it. Have you ever read an article online and dared to go to the comments section? If you have, you've probably had the experience of seeing some people post comments that maybe makes your blood boil, something that you absolutely thoroughly disagree with. In that situation, we have a choice. We can say, wow, I'm very surprised that there is an individual with a very radical point of view that happened to read the same article that I just read. Or we can engage in a very normal psychological process called overgeneralization. And we can make the assumption that that one person maybe represents half the country. And I can't believe that so many people think that way. Well, that is a normal process. It helps us to try and make sense of tons and tons of information we get socially every single day and make some assumptions and guesses that helps us get through the day and through the world. But the problem is this can be particularly concerning when it comes to now online behaviors that kids are being exposed to. A set of researchers was interested in looking at this by seeing how much 8th graders were exposed to social media posts that talked about drinking alcohol. Now, these might have been posts that said something like, oh, I can't wait to get drunk, or wouldn't it be cool to have a lot of beer this weekend, or maybe an image of somebody who was drunk and presenting it in a favorable light. Well, what they found was that when kids were exposed to posts like these and those posts were liked online, it changed how much adolescents started to think that their peers, the majority of their peers, thought it was okay to engage in what's called heavy episodic drinking. Now, that's 5 or more alcoholic drinks on a single occasion. That's a lot of drinks for an adult, but that's also a lethal amount of drinks for most 8th graders. So, in other words, kids saw things online, they saw people like those posts, and over time, they grew to believe, yeah, I guess all my peers think it's pretty okay to drink really heavily in 8th grade. Well, once kids had those perceptions, that was longitudinally associated with kids' first episode of their own heavy episodic drinking. This research gave us a really nice, a clear insight of how what we see online changes what we think of everyone around us and what they value. And once we've changed that, that influences our own behavioral decisions. We can think about how this plays a role for all kinds of behaviors and for adults as well as youth. But it's important to remember that this is a very common process given how often kids are exposed to this content. Now, this is also a process that can be used to help encourage kids to engage in adaptive behaviors like studying or doing their homework, community service, or being nice and friendly to others, sticking up for those who have been bullied. The concern is that kids tell us that they rarely see that kind of information online, even when we know their friends have posted that information, which has led some to believe that the algorithms might be especially likely to push content that enacts a fear or an anger response, because we know in the brain that a fear and an anger response activates a region of the brain that's very close to the brain's motivational network. And what that means is when we see something that makes us angry or fearful, we're very likely to want to engage in behaviors right away based on that anger and fear. And because the companies are likely interested in having people stay online for as long as possible, more clicks, more scrolling, they may be pushing information that's more likely to make kids angry or scared. And those are more likely to be maladaptive behaviors than positive sources of peer influence. For those of you who grew up in a world without the internet or technology in smart devices or social media, you might remember those days when you got home from school and you were able to shut off the peer network like we talked about before. You might remember that although it was frustrating to get a busy signal or someone's answering machine, it also created opportunities to find a way to entertain yourself or to focus on homework or just to get some rest and relaxation. Kids today are telling us that although they do enjoy being online, they also find it incredibly stressful for at least 4 reasons. One is they're usually on multiple platforms and they're getting all kinds of notifications for each and every one of those, telling them that other kids they know, maybe the most popular kid in school, has just posted something. And it might be something that they want to know about because it's going to be the subject of what everyone talks about tomorrow at school. It might be something that is about them or about their friends, or maybe their friend posted something and they feel responsible to go in and like and comment on their friend's post right away. Well, kids, in fact, feel overloaded by the number of notifications that they're getting, and it feels like a job, they tell us, to have to constantly go in, check their notifications, respond to everything that's in there. Or they might miss important information that they feel is going to make them more likely to be bullied or feel excluded the next day at school. So they're fearful that any of that information is going to affect them. And remember, this might not seem super important as an adult, but if your brain is designed with oxytocin and dopamine receptors to make you very, very sensitive to this social information, this is a real fear and a big, important concern for you at that age. If their friend posts something online and they do not go in immediately and say that they look great in their selfie or, give them positive comments and likes, their friends are highly likely to call them or text them and be mad at them for leaving them hanging or for sending a text and leaving them on read. So it's very important to kids that they're available at all times so they can meet the friendship demands. And if kids themselves post something, our undergrads at UNC, in a course that we teach on this topic, tell us that they spend an average of 30 minutes after they post something doing nothing else but staring at their phone and seeing whether their post is doing well or not doing well online. If their post is getting no likes or no comments, or worse, if it's getting negative comments, they feel they need to take it down immediately. So it's very important for them to make sure that when they put something out there, it's doing well. Though these areas combined are what scientists refer to as digital stress. And in a study that we did, we found that 45% of adolescents reported so much digital stress that it was interfering with their daily roles and routines. It was keeping them from going to sleep, from doing their homework, from exercise, from interacting with others in their house. And the more digital stress they reported, the more depression they reported a year later. So one of the other ways that we think about how technology might be related to adolescent development is thinking about what technology might be stopping kids from doing that would have otherwise been a good use of their time. Exercise is an important area, but perhaps most important is sleep. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine recommends that adolescents get between 8 and 9 hours of sleep a night. In the United States, we're doing very, very badly when it comes to our adolescents following that medical recommendation. Less than half of ninth graders are getting the recommended amount of sleep. And by 12th grade, less than a quarter of adolescents are getting that recommended amount of sleep. Now, the reason why meta-analyses show is overwhelmingly because kids are spending their time on screens. And although they might be spending some of their time doing homework, it's very rare that kids are working on homework without simultaneously looking at social media and switching back and forth between their screens. So social media seems to be the #1 reason why kids are staying up so late. Well, the effects of screens on sleep is actually threefold. One is, obviously, if your eyes are open looking at a screen, then they're not closed sleeping. But a second is that the blue light that's emitted from a screen seems to influence the release of melatonin in our brains. Melatonin, when it's released, begins the process of us getting sleepy and ultimately falling asleep and having all of the stages and cycles of sleep that we need. When we interfere with that melatonin release, we're not only affecting when we fall asleep, but whether we have high quality sleep that has the deep sleep we need and the dreaming sleep or REM sleep that we need. The third reason why social media plays a role is because social media is rarely boring. So it's usually emotional content that kids have very strong feelings about. So imagine being really revved up emotionally and then trying to fall asleep 5 minutes later. It just interferes and it creates stress for kids as they're falling asleep. Well, research has basically found that sleep is associated with almost every single outcome that has been studied in the literature. If you get bad sleep today, then tomorrow you're probably going to have lowered attention. You're going to have more emotional ability, or you're going to act out more. You might be more depressed. You might be more likely to engage in impulsive behavior. Your academic achievement is absolutely going to be affected the next day. We see kids with lower test grades. It's even related to increased likelihood of driving accidents among adolescents who are driving. But when we see kids who are having difficulties with sleep, either what time they fall asleep, how long they stay asleep, or how many times they wake up in the middle of the night, even just for brief periods, perhaps most importantly is that that seems to affect the brain. This is research demonstrating that during this very important time of brain growth and reorganization, the more there are disruptions in sleep, the smaller the brain grows. And this is referring to white matter in the brain. So it's very fair to conclude here that social media is keeping kids up. And as a result, it's leading to kids' brains growing smaller than they would have ordinarily grown. There are a lot of people talking about whether social media might be addictive, and we don't use the term addiction in the psychological literature because there's no diagnosis to talk about addiction of social media at this point. But what we have looked at, a number of research groups have looked at clinical dependency on social media. And in doing so, folks have taken the diagnostic criteria from the DSM, which is the diagnostic manual for diagnoses, and changed the words for substances to social media. Let me show you what I mean. I'm asking kids directly whether they feel like they spend more time on social media than they want to, whether they try to quit, but they can't, whether they try to make sure they'll always have access to social media and won't ever be too far away from it, whether they have cravings to get on social media, and whether it gets in the way of their daily roles and routines. Asking kids whether they've kept on doing it, even though they know that it's causing problems in their life, and whether they had withdrawal symptoms. So while they're away from it, they can't stop thinking about it and it gets in the way of their behavior. Or just asking kids directly whether they think they might be addicted to social media. Research has demonstrated that 50% of youth are reporting at least one symptom of clinical dependency on technology and social media. This has been reported in many different samples around the world now. In our own research recently, we found that 95% of kids reported they're spending more time on social media than they want to. About half of kids reported that they're having withdrawal symptoms, and about 1/4 of the kids said that they think they're moderately or severely addicted to social media. Now, this might not be terribly surprising. As many of you might have heard, many of the attorneys general in states around the country banded together for what's called a multi-state lawsuit. And there's one for TikTok and one for Meta. And as part of that lawsuit, they have gained access to internal documents at these companies that staff were writing to one another. And the New York Times released all of these documents. And I went in and I took a look. And I took a couple of screenshots. This might be a little bit hard to see, but let me summarize it for you. Staff at TikTok back and forth said specifically that they feel that they want to focus specifically on getting as many teenagers in the United States to be spending as much time as possible on TikTok. They refer to them as a golden audience because unlike China, where TikTok was developed, where they feel that kids are more likely to spend time on academics, they thought that the kids in the United States have plenty of time, and they have made sure that the product has baked into it compulsive use. So they've specifically referred to the idea that they want kids to be engaging in it in compulsive ways, and they want to focus on United States teenagers. At Meta, one of the founding folks that built Meta said specifically that they understood that what they needed to do was create a dopamine cycle for kids. They wanted to make sure that they posted something, got a like or a comment every now and again. That gave them a dopamine response that made them more likely to stay online, and so on, until kids would have a hard time getting off. And he says the inventors, the creators, him, Mark Zuckerberg, and others, they understood this consciously, and they did it anyway. So when we see kids reporting such a remarkably high level of problematic social media use, it may not be a coincidence. These documents suggest that perhaps that's part of the way that the platforms were designed. There's been a lot of talk recently about whether kids should have their smart devices in school. There's actually not a lot of data to understand what the best way to enact this policy would be. Should kids not have phones from bell to bell, from the minute they walk into the school until the minute they walk out of the school? Or should you just keep kids from using their devices during instructional time when the teacher is talking and asking them to pay attention, not to their device? So we don't know that yet. And there's a lot of data being collected now. What we do know, though, is that from older research, when kids are scrolling the internet in class, it leads to worse grades for that child. That's probably no surprise. It's a very consistent effect. But what's surprising is that it also leads to lower grades for the child who's sitting behind them. So there's a secondhand screen effect that seems to be occurring, which makes sense. If you've ever been in a situation where you're watching a lecture or something and someone's using a screen in front of you, it is in fact very distracting. And what this means is that parents who are making decisions for their child, whether their child has a device and brings it into school, are making a decision that's affecting other children in that classroom as well. There's also research that indicates that while some say that using screens while listening to their teacher is possible via multitasking, brain research shows that there's no such thing as multitasking. We actually can't look at two things and give it equal attention. But we can engage in task shifting, and we very quickly go back and forth between two different tasks. Kids are worse at that than adults are. So it probably suggests that at least during instructional time, we should not have kids who are kind of watching, let's say, entertaining videos while their teacher is trying to teach them organic chemistry. The last area that I wanted to talk about is the extent to which we're seeing social media and technology as being related to brain development over time. We did a study on this where we were looking specifically at how much kids were picking up their devices and what they were picking up their devices for. And the way that we did that is most of the kids in our sample had an Apple product. And if you have an Apple device, it's actually keeping track of your screen time. It knows exactly what time you picked up your phone every single time you picked it up, what app you used when you picked it up, how many minutes you spent on that app, and so on and so on and so on. And what we were able to find is that kids indeed are picking up their phones mostly for Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok, as well as text messages. And we can see that without asking for them to report, we could take a screenshot of their phone every day for 14 days in a row and see objectively how they're using their device. These 14 columns represent those 14 days. Every single point here is another kid. And what we found was that kids were in 6th grade were picking up their phones an average of 100 times a day, although the range went up to about 400 times a day. Oops, excuse me. We also found that kids were using their phones for 8 hours a day on average. Now, that might sound like a lot, especially when you see that the range went all the way up to 1,000 minutes a day or 16 hours. But again, remember, these were kids who are using their devices for many hours every night after dinner and all the way until they go to sleep, sometimes 2 in the morning. These are kids who are using their device during school as well, including during instructional time, and seem to be staring at it all for many, many hours. So overall, we saw this remarkable amount of use for 6th graders. And what we did then is we were able to ask kids after they used their device, in the minute they were in the hours they were using it, in the hour after they put down their phone, how they felt and what their experiences were. And boy, we found that dependency came through pretty clearly. In the immediate hour after kids stopped using their device for social media, they reported a strong craving for more interaction and for wanting to get more of that dopamine response. But interestingly, the more they picked up their phone during the day, the more they reported at the end of the day that they felt lonely. That might sound a little counterintuitive. If they spent all day interacting on social media, why would they feel more lonely? Well, kids reported to us that the reason why they feel lonely with social media is because they know that what they're seeing is not a true representation of what their friends are actually thinking and feeling, nor is it their own representation of how they're feeling. In other words, they're craving emotionally vulnerable interactions. They want to have the kind of disclosure that adolescence has long been known to be an important period for developing closer relationships with peers. We develop skills in adolescence that we rely on in our social interactions for the rest of our lives, at work and our marriages, with our friends. And that comes from having more sophisticated and complex interactions with peers when we become teenagers. Social media is not allowing for as much of that kind of interaction as we would like, however, because when you log in, it usually just tells you about numbers. It says you got 72 likes on your last comment. It doesn't tell you who those people were. You can click a lot and find out, but it doesn't really tell you if you have anything in common with them. It just focuses on numbers and followers, and that's not an emotionally vulnerable interaction. It's an interaction that's kind of stripped of humanity itself. For this reason, kids started developing what they call Finsta accounts, which are fake Instagram accounts. It's fake because they put their fake name on it, but ironically, it's more real because they put their authentic feelings and experiences up there because they are trying to find a way of getting those emotionally vulnerable interactions with each other. I would love it if when you logged in, instead of social media giving you a number to tell you how many likes you had, if it said, wow, one of your closest friends just posted something sad, you should reach out to them and see how they're doing, or you should talk with them about it at school when you see them in person the next day. But that's not how the platforms are designed to drive our social interactions. Well, we got these data from kids in 6th grade. We then had them go through a brain scan in 7th, 8th, and 9th grades, so we could see how their brain not just was growing, but specifically what areas were growing to be particularly responsive over time, and which areas might be getting less responsive over time. And what we found is that the kids who are picking up their phones a whole lot in 6th grade actually had parts of their brain grow to be even more hypersensitive to peer feedback. Here's that ventral striatum again that I was talking about at the very beginning. So these areas of the brain became super hypersensitive to any kind of feedback around their peers, compared to other kids in their same grade and their same school who just used their phone less. So it really suggested that the brain was growing to become responsive in different ways to the environment. Also not pictured here is we saw that prefrontal cortex did not develop to be as strong or to activate as much among those who are picking up their phones a whole lot in 6th grade. So we kind of had a super strong muscle in a way that grew to be hypersensitive, and the prefrontal cortex, the brain's brakes, kind of did not grow as much as it should have to be as responsive during those next 3 years. This makes sense. The brain is responsive to the environment that we live in. If these are skills that help people in the future, then maybe the brain is growing in ways that will help them. But what's probably happening is these changes in the brain are just making kids more likely to want to spend more and more time online and have less and less resistance or inhibition from doing so. Here are a few things to end on that are applications of what we're learning so far in the research and how it might be helpful in your lives in whatever role you might be serving. One is, of course, that it's certainly possible to encourage kids to wait and to help parents realize that although so many of us don't give our kids a device because we don't want to be the only parents not to do so, and we don't want our kids to be the only kids not to do so, there's no research that suggests long-term negative outcomes for kids who waited before they got their own personal devices. Some folks have talked about creating grassroots efforts to help create a social norm within your neighborhood, within your school, to wait at least until 8th grade, if not longer, before kids get their own personalized device. There's recently been an increase in smart watches among some families who have the resources to get that for kids, because it allows kids to be able to be located and contacted without giving kids a screen that they can scroll social media on. Kids are going to be on these platforms. This is the world we live in. It's probably never going to go away. But we could encourage kids then to use it in ways that help them achieve what we know in adolescence to be the milestones and the skills that they're supposed to learn with peers. Help them to think about how to express socially supportive messages in their posts, or to take what they've learned online and seed their offline conversations with what it is they've learned. So they have face-to-face interactions that are richer and more meaningful. Help them think about how to focus on companionship. Too often we see that kids in real life just take selfies and then sit around the table staring at their phones, sitting right next to one another, talking about, in kind of a parallel play, what's happening on each of their own profiles. But that could be switched. Instead, we could be using the online experiences to help them put the phone away and have interesting face-to-face interactions with each other when they're in person about what they've learned about each other and how they have things in common. So we should really use the online platform to foster in-person experiences that are rich and emotionally intimate and vulnerable. I think it would be wise to keep kids away from platforms that have an open chat feature, because there are too many kids who are under the belief that they're interacting with someone their own age, when actually it may be a predator. And too many horrible and tragic stories of kids who have been lured into incredibly dangerous and harmful situations based on open chat for social media. Many platforms have ways of shutting this down, but those controls can sometimes be very hard for parents to find and to regulate. We should probably also keep kids away from content that is inappropriate for them, and keep AI away from children. It seems to be not fair given their developing brains. It is not possible to look over kids' shoulders and watch everything they're doing all the time, but we can be talking with kids more often about what happens online. Research has shown that parents do this actually remarkably rarely. And that's because many of us didn't grow up with this, and we kind of have confusion or even maybe judgment about this. And we'll say to kids, you know, I don't know why you're on that thing, or I don't know why you take a picture of the ceiling just to keep up a streak. What does any of that mean? And accidentally, what we're doing is we're kind of telling kids, if you ever have a problem with this, I'm the last person you should come talk to, because I don't understand it. I don't agree with it. I'm judging it. Maybe we should do the opposite. Maybe we should say to kids, I would love you to teach me all about what's happening online. Why is a streak so important? Why do people like things that they don't actually like? What do those emojis mean? So when they do have a problem, they'll know that you're educated about it, you're interested in it, you're willing to have a discussion with them about it. I believe we should be taking down all content immediately that shows kids how to engage in disordered behavior. Because the companies are not doing that right now in most cases, you as parents and educators should expect that your child will see this content and talk with them about it. So the first time they experience knowledge of these behaviors is not from someone you don't know, but it's coming from you, and you're helping them to know to talk with you about it, show it to you, and understand why it is that people might post things that are incredibly harmful. Same for cyber hate. Those should be taken down immediately, but because that's not happening right now, we should anticipate that kids are going to be seeing this and arm them with the tools necessary to stand up for others, and to sanction kids who are posting things that are incredibly harmful and hateful. I would love to see every school nurse, every pediatrician, maybe every parent, to simply ask a couple of questions, maybe once a year, every 6 months, to see whether kids might be experiencing clinical dependency on social media. This would be incredibly simple to do. It could just be a poster hanging up on a school wall or in a pediatrician's office, just to begin conversations between adults and kids. So that way they can start realizing that in some cases, they may not be making decisions on what's best for them, but their screens instead are deciding how much kids are getting hooked. If you remember nothing else that I've said today, please take devices away at 9 o'clock from youth on a school night. We really, really need kids to get the 8 to 9 hours of recommended sleep. It is incredibly important for their health, for their brain development. It might be important for adults to put away their own devices too. Remember, it used to be rude to call someone after 10 o'clock. The only reason why that's changed is because we've gotten used to tech companies creating devices that allow us to get buzzes and dings at all times of day. You can use the sleep feature on your device, so kids can be assured that anyone texting them will see that they're not ignoring them, that they didn't even see it. The notifications are shut off. So please do remember to gather up those devices, put them in a basket on top of the refrigerator so no one's able to reach them overnight. It's really hard for us to not compare ourselves to others. It's just a normal part of the human experience. But for the first time, we have to teach kids that although we are trained to believe what we see, we are being exposed to a lot of information that's not real, and it's not representative either. We really have to teach kids that in many cases, the human they think they're interacting with may not even be a human. The picture that they see may be photoshopped. It's certainly not representative of what that person's life or appearance is like every single minute of every single day. And it's hard when we ask undergraduates, how long does it take you to remember that what you're seeing is not real? Many of them tell us that sometimes it's hours later that they remember, oh, right, maybe that was photoshopped. And sometimes they never think about that. They're just going to believe it when they see it. I believe that because we don't give kids the keys to a car when they turn 16 or 17, and until we've made sure that they've learned the rules of the road, we should absolutely be teaching kids these 10 rules of the road before we give them the opportunity to go on the World Wide Web without any parental controls or supervision. I think it's incredibly important that kids learn how not to harm themselves or others and understand the digital world now that they're going to grow up in a digital world in the same way that we teach them about other things that we know that they will experience as they grow older. I have been doing this recently myself, visiting many schools, middle schools, and high schools. And one of the things that I found that's been really interesting is that I've been asking kids directly in these large assemblies, why do you think kids invented social media? Excuse me, why do you think adults invented social media in the first place? Now, most kids know that it's to make somebody money. But surprisingly, they don't understand who makes money and how. And this has become incredibly important because I simply share my screen with them and I go to the App Store. I type in, let's say, Instagram. And what they usually see at the App Store is what we all know is a little download button and a bunch of stars. But if you scroll down on the Apple App Store, you have to scroll down quite a bit, but you get to a section called privacy. And I do this right in front of kids in the school. Anyone can do this. And when you get to that section, this is exactly what you'll see. I just screen captured these graphics. And I show kids, as soon as you download Instagram and you agree to that 87 string long consent form on there, it immediately starts taking all of this information from all of the other apps on your device. Kids do not know this. They are shocked to learn that their browsing history, their contacts, their financial info, all of this information is being taken. In fact, some of them say, wait a minute, but my profile is set to private. Does that mean it's not being taken? And I say, no. The privacy settings mean that other users can't see your profile. But none of that stops the platform from taking all of this data from you. And I have found that this little simple demonstration for kids helps them suddenly become smarter consumers. They're still going to use social media, but now they're aware that what they're doing is offering somebody else their data to make someone else money. And it gives them a little bit more knowledge so they can make safe decisions for themselves. Well, I hope all of this has been really helpful and seeds some good conversation within your own homes or schools or work settings. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mitch, for such an informative and thought-provoking presentation. And thank you for dedicating your life to make the life of our kids safer online and and offline, and for protecting their minds. And I now transition to our first panel discussion, the role of parent-child and peer relationships in digital well-being. Moderating this discussion is Dr. Debra Pepler, Distinguished Research Professor of Psychology at York University, co-director of PREVNet, and a founding member of our scientific board. Joining her will be Dr. Mitch Prinstein, Dr. Donald Meichenbaum, founding director, scientific director of the Melissa Institute, co-creator of the cognitive behavioral therapy approach, and one of the most influential psychotherapists of the 20th century. I'll also be part of the panel. Dr. Pepler, would you like to get us started?
I would. I want to start by thanking Mitch for a wonderful presentation. You really took us through so much relevant research and highlighted, I really appreciated that you highlighted both the positives and the negatives of social media. And there's so much for those of us who are older and didn't grow up in the time of you know, of instant messaging and Facebook and other social media platforms. There's so much for us to learn about how this integrates into both children's development and their relationships. So you gave us such a good sense of that, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I look at, much the way you do, I look at the intersection of development and relationships and think a lot about how development occurs within the context of relationships. And, you know, when children are young, those relationships are proximal. We can see them. They're available to us. We shape children through our interactions. But as you've pointed out, as children get older, and not much older, those relationships become more and more removed from us as adults and as caring and nurturing adults in children's lives who are, in some sense, responsible for their well-being. And so it raises the question, and I think you did a really good job at the end, but it raises the question of, you know, how can we as adults inform ourselves in a deep way about the worlds that children are growing up in, and think about the ways we can connect with them very early on in terms of promoting awareness and critical thinking in these matters. So I might leave that with you for just now, and we can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback and your comments, especially from you, uh, and yeah, and the way that you're thinking about this as well. You know, I think there are a couple of things that we can do. One is I should mention that um, a lot of parents talk about having access to their kids' profiles or being on the same platforms as their kids so they can follow each other. It's important to know that kids do report to us that the vast majority have platforms, profiles, and access that their parents do not know about. So it's not sufficient just to follow your kids on Instagram and think that that is covering it. Um, one of the things I think might be important to do, especially when kids are very young, is to notice how our own social media and technology behavior might be getting noticed. There's a construct in the literature called technoference, and it's this interesting idea that young children report that they think that their parents are spending more time looking at their devices than looking at them. So kids are learning in some cases pretty early on that whatever this device is, it seems to be very important. It seems to distract us. It seems to be something that we have a lot to talk about. We might even get excited when we see that we have a lot of activity on it. And all of that, our kids are watching, and it helps them form a relationship and a desire. They want something so important. They want to have something that they want to talk about. So I think it's important that we're very aware of how our relationship with social media and technology is being communicated to them. And I don't think that it's possible for any of us to just throw away our devices at home completely, of course, but we could say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at that. Or, well, sometimes it's so hard, and really model for them that it is a challenge and we have to talk about it and support each other a little bit, or say, well, wow, I got a lot of activity on that, but that's just silly. I don't even know who those people are. What's really important is that, you know, I had a conversation with a good friend earlier today, and just remember to give them more of a balanced perspective on how we think about relationships.
Mitch, you remind me of Ed Tronick's work on still faces. And just to remind people or update people, Ed Tronick did studies of parents with very young children and asked them to not respond emotionally and just not pay attention to the child and not respond. And children go ballistic when a parent isn't emotionally available to them. It's really difficult. And you watch parents with young children on social media, on their phones, and that's exactly what they're doing. And I think there's some studies
Yeah.
out there. So I really appreciate that whole notion, not only of modeling, but of ensuring that you're doing that meta thinking, that talking about your thinking and your self-correction, because then children will be able to do that kind of self-correction themselves. So
Yep, absolutely. And it is so hard. I think that we are all very attracted to those buzzing on our phone. We're all very interested in what that might mean, and it's something we have to be aware of really early on. So we're helping correct ourselves and letting ourselves be a little bit vulnerable in front of our kids to say, whoops, I'm so sorry. I should not have looked at that right now at the dinner table. That's on me. And, I think that's okay to show kids that this is hard.
Dawn, I'm going to turn it over to you and listen to your question.
Well, first of all, I want to praise Mitch for a phenomenal presentation. He just covered so much, and of all the 29 years of the Melissa Institute conferences, I thought this was one of the best presentations I've ever heard.
Thank you.
My approach towards this will be slightly different. I'm going to suggest to Mitch, given his position in APA, that I have been preoccupied my entire career in the area of behavior change and the development of cognitive behavior therapy. So one of the things that impresses me with my own 4 children who were adolescents was their sense of not wanting being taken advantage of, their sense of justice, their sexual equity. Every time I would tell my one young son something to do, he would point out that I did not make the same demand of his brother. Okay? So what I want to do is capitalize on your last slide. Okay? I would love APA to directly develop an educational program for adolescents on how they're being manipulated. I want APA to take Zuckerberg's face, put it right out there, and right next to it the quote of how he is driving dopamine. I want them to know who is making money off TikTok when they say they want. That is, I think the only way to change this will be to bottom up rather than. I don't have a lot of confidence in parents or teachers as much as I do in adolescents. So I would love you and your organization to develop a 3-4 minute kind of scenario that is directly communicating to adolescents that could be sent to every school in the world of saying who does what. Think about this when we wanted adolescents not to smoke, right? We wanted them to appreciate that the people who own tobacco companies are ripping them off. They don't give a damn about the adolescent's health. They just want to make money. Okay? So what I want to do is have the March on Guns to be a march on media, social media. Okay? I want them to be able to identify all of the websites that actually endanger adolescents. Okay? APA runs a contest. Which adolescents, which school can find, which school can put on the best thing? So I don't know if that's a crazy idea, but I really loved your last slide on the way in which all these people are getting rich off of these kids.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I agree. I think it would be great to be able to get the word out a lot. One of the things that we've heard is that adolescents don't want to hear that from the APA or from someone like me. They want to hear that
from other adolescents.
Yeah, from other adolescents. They want to hear that from Taylor Swift. So,
Right.
if you have her number, let me know. But we're thinking about, and this may be something that APA or others can do in partnership of how to get that message out. But that might be in a bunch of different ways with a bunch of young
I agree.
people getting that out. And let's really think about powerful ways to communicate that message.
Well, how do I get Taylor Swift to listen to your presentation?
I don't know, but I will say that the National Academies of Sciences has what they call the Science Entertainment Exchange. And it's an opportunity for folks to meet with Hollywood producers and writers to talk about how to integrate some of these ideas into their storytelling. And I'm very excited that in a couple weeks, they will be learning a lot of this information. So there might be ways that you see hints of this in a future movie or TV show, and maybe we can start for teens to see some of this information in the platforms they already watch and love.
Well, get it to Trump's committee. Get a Secretary of Education. And I mean, this is clearly worth sending back to the Surgeon General, right?
We have a different Surgeon General now, so
right.
yeah.
I know, but still, the Surgeon General's got to be interested in this. And there's a lot of controversy about whether we should allow TikTok or not, right? Various state organizations. So these attorneys who want to challenge TikTok and so forth, they need data. And you have provided them with the data. So the Melissa Institute's hats off to you and your organization. And thank you very much for presenting.
Great. Thank you so much, Don. Etione, I'm going to invite you to make a comment or have a question.
Yeah, and a couple of things before I say that, Don, thankfully, a lot of your crazy ideas in the past had led to a much better world. So this is, I'll take it as an invitation to work again on another project with you. And we'll be reaching out to Mitch and others for help on this. Also to let people know that some of the issues that are coming up now about the involvement of youth, adolescents, as part of the solution in this will be addressed by our next keynote speaker and presenter from the UK, Dr. Skipper. So you'll hear some of those things there. Mitch, I also wanted to thank you for helping me remind me. You brought my grandfather, one of my grandfathers, to mind today. And when you were talking about the differences in understanding of technology, when I came from Puerto Rico to the United States for college, I called him up, collect call at the time. That was the technology at the time. And I remember one of the first things he's saying to me is like, wow, little Etione, you sound so clear. And I was like, what? He said, yeah, I can hear you so well, like you're next to me. And I had grown up with that technology, never knowing how it had really shaped the behavior, my behavior and others. But he was fully aware that there was a different way of communicating, that this was really changing the game for us. So anyhow, I just want to let you know, thank you for bringing anything that brings him back is a good thing.
Yes.
And I have a question. Your research and that of others indicates that the presence of likes, you talked about this, on harmful content can diminish the teens' neural inhibition, as you pointed out, potentially increasing their propensity toward risky behavior. So following up on Don's call, what implication does this have for the design of social media platforms? If likes are what they are, are there other alternatives to the likes, like I don't like, or I don't know, or this is not true, or this, are there things that are available that they're considering that you're proposing?
I'm not aware of ways of kind of communicating differently other than the comments feature. What's interesting is that a lot of kids tell us that they log on and their friends who they follow, maybe there have been 40 posts since the last time they logged on. So they go through and they like every single one of them as fast as possible without even reading them, because they feel that they have to like whatever their friends post. So a lot of the likes are not even kids who agree with what was posted. It's just a way of quickly saying, I saw your post and I'm supporting you as my friend. So it's communicating a very mixed message to kids when they log in and say, wow, 40 people thought that it was okay to bully someone. You know, there are some changes that are happening though, and I don't know the details in every country, but predominantly in Europe, there have been things passed called age-informed design. This has also been passed in California, here in the States, to try and change some of the aspects of the platform to be more appropriate for adolescents and their developing brains. What's interesting is that the companies so far seem to be able to make all these changes, but the American version of these platforms does not have any of these changes built in because it's not a law that's passed here yet. In fact, there has been some legislation here. It had incredible bipartisan support. It got through the Senate 91-4, which never happens anymore. And it was ready to go up at the House, but the Speaker of the House decided not to put it up for a vote. I don't know whether it's related or not, but a couple of weeks after the Speaker made that decision, Meta announced a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure in the district of the Speaker. So it is very hard to think about how we can pass the legislation we need to create a version of these platforms in the United States that other countries, the youth in other countries, have a better version of this that's protecting them, but no one's protecting the kids in America.
Thank you so much, Mitch
Yeah.
and Etione. We have a couple of questions from the audience, so I'm going to turn there. Hossam Shabi writes, hello, Dr. Mitch. Thank you for your presentation. Is it possible to set the phone settings not to let apps like Instagram access private information, even if we accept this policy during the app installation?
Yes. So devices have different parental settings that could block it at the download of the app, or at what times of day or how many minutes a day can you use each app. Some of them are a little bit hard to find, but a colleague has developed a website called Protect Young Eyes. And on that website, he has diagrams of every device and how to set the parental settings in there. So he's done so much great work to make that available that hopefully that's really helpful to parents to figure out how to set those things up.
Okay, thanks so much. We have another question from Pravali Cantaregula. As much as TikTok has faced backlash for the privacy violations, it's a huge source of information for the youth in the US to understand current global happenings in shorter form. While mainstream media provides limited and restricted coverage, TikTok provides youth options and a platform to discuss global issues as well.
Yeah, I think that it's important that we think about the benefits of social media and the ways that we can package information to make it more fun or relatable or tailored to younger audiences. But we do want to be very careful that we teach kids how to decide whether the information they're getting is accurate and credible. And there are unfortunately a lot of folks out there who are trying to get as many likes and followers as possible by activating those fear and anger kind of circuits through misinformation and disinformation. There's a great website called Get Bad News. I think it's .com. It was developed by a psychologist at the University of Cambridge, and it's a very fun game, and it teaches folks how to understand mis and disinformation tactics. So you learn what are the 6 tricks that folks use to get you to believe things. So if folks are going to use TikTok to get their news, I strongly recommend that they take that game, they play that game online. It's an evidence-based strategy that teaches people how to spot mis and disinformation. And then they'll be able to see which streams on TikTok are real and which might be giving them false information.
Okay, that's really helpful. We'll hear a bit more of that from Dr. Yvonne Skipper, who will be presenting again today. Maria Zani writes, I'm disabled and neurodiverse. I work in film and TV behind the screens, and I'm concerned about the amount of misinformation.
Yeah, there is, and a lot of folks who there's a lot of, we don't have enough information for folks about different identity groups, about different kinds of symptoms or experiences or life experiences that people are having. And the online context can, really provide important information to help people find others or to learn about strategies to kind of experience, the world in the ways that are most beneficial. But it's very important for people to remember that while there's no shortage of advice out there, not all of the information has been vetted by trained professionals to make sure that it's fair. And what we're seeing is that there are a lot of people who are maybe diagnosing themselves or finding strategies or trying to cope with their own depression, and they're actually getting advice that makes them worse. So totally understand why people might go online to find information, but as the person points out, there's so much misinformation that it would be nice if the companies could indicate, this is coming from a verified source that's a licensed professional, or or if you're interested in this, let the algorithm say go to a trusted resource to get more information. That's where I think the technology could become very helpful if it had welfare at the forefront of its goals.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's that cross-checking. Yes, Don, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that I was a consultant on a project called reachout.com, where adolescents talk to adolescents about various personal problems. And I would encourage people to take a look at that site, reachout.com. And adolescents who are going through various struggles indicate how they cope more effectively with that. So social media has the potential of really being helpful and the like.
Great. I didn't know that one. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Robert Topinka asks or says, I really like Dr. Meichenbaum's suggestion that we teach young people about how they're being exploited by big tech platforms. Another important layer is adult influencers, people like the infamous Andrew Tate, who exploit young people's insecurities for profit. How do you suggest responding to the emotional power of non-reciprocal parasocial relationships with influencers?
Yeah, so people have referred to the media as a super peer because it's activating that dopamine and oxytocin kind of center, especially so if you can write to someone who has 1 million followers and get a response from them, that feels extremely rewarding. So we do have to help kids recognize, what are the limits and realities of interactions with someone that might be an influencer. Very often they're interacting with the staff or now even bots that are responding for the influencer. These might be pat responses, that are coming. And most importantly, they should not replace the actual relationships with people that we can connect with on a more frequent one-to-one basis. So we have to teach kids that there's still something valuable in having the ongoing communication with someone that they can trust and who feels reciprocal. In other words, the person needs to think of you as a friend as much as you think of them as a friend. And that's rarely the case when someone has an interaction with an influencer or a celebrity.
Yeah, it reminds me again of your discussion about the importance of peer interactions for learning all those complex relationship skills. And that doesn't come from these distal interactions through the internet. Annabelle Espinoza says, I can see how the research shared applies to social media platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Is there a relationship between the findings presented today and YouTube? Some children are not active on TikTok or Instagram, but they are consuming information on YouTube and are even referred to by peers as YouTube kids. Are there similar experiences, or does YouTube present unique challenges to development?
Yeah, it's a great question. A lot of the research is not about a specific platform as much as these features. So there is a like feature on YouTube and a comment feature. It seems to be used a lot less than the comment and the like feature on other platforms. There also is an algorithm, though, and it does push out more videos to kids, even for things that they didn't ask for. So actually, the APA put together a document on video content recommendations that YouTube then became very interested in adapting to help parents to really think about how to help kids make good choices on YouTube. So I will say it was wonderful that they were so responsive to the science and really wanting to help parents learn from those recommendations. You can Google the APA video content recommendations, or I believe there's a YouTube APA collaborative video content guide for parents. So I bet there's a way on Google to get you to those pretty quickly. And you can see that there's some, it seems, effort to really help parents understand that some content can really help kids' development. Things that show them peer interactions and how kids deal with sophisticated interactions, that can really be helpful to kids. But obviously being exposed to things with bias and discrimination and hate is harmful to kids, and really to help parents feel they have the tools they need to navigate that.
Great. Well, Mitch, I want to thank you so much and thank Dawn and Etione for participating in this panel. You know, I think the takeaway is that it takes all of us to support young people's development in this, you know, relatively new domain that our brains are adapting to one way or the other. And so it's up to, you know, youth themselves and teachers and parents and, you know, organizations and scientists and professionals. We all need to lean in and give support to young people to optimize their development. So thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank Mitch, thank Debra, thanks Dawn, and for this wonderful discussion. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Yvonne Skipper is a senior lecturer in psychology at the University of Glasgow and a member of the Melissa Institute Scientific Board. She's the creator of Project Real, an evidence-based program that helps young people detect fake news and misinformation on social media. Today, she will help us understand how to tackle misinformation and equip youth to think critically online.
Hi everybody, welcome. Just give me a second to get my slides set up and then we can get started. Okay, hi everybody. My name is Dr. Yvonne Skipper. I'm delighted to be here in sunny Miami, getting my suntan, and I'm really excited to be part of this conference today in the work of the Melissa Institute. So before I start, I just wanted to do a little introduction about myself. So as I said, I'm based at the University of Glasgow, which you can see on the left-hand side here. It's a beautiful university and it's one of the oldest in the UK. My role involves both teaching and research, so I do a little bit of both of those things, which I really enjoy. And my real passion in my research is working with young people to co-create solutions to real-world problems. So really kind of understanding their perspectives and their ideas and working with them to create solutions. And also I really enjoy when I'm not working, hiking, and you can see on the picture here, there is a picture of a Highland cow, and that's Loch Lomond in the background. So I live about 40 minutes drive from there. So that is a common place. If you ever come visit me, we'll take you up Connacht Hill. You'll see that specific view. That's what we always do with our visitors. So I just like to give a little introduction to me as a person before I get going. Here is some pictures I wanted to share with you of Glasgow itself. I know we've got an international audience today, so lots of people will be joining us who maybe have or haven't been before, but this is our beautiful Riverside district. You can see the Armadillo here, which is an events space, which is very popular as a city. We've got our beautiful necropolis here, where our cathedral's just at the bottom. It's a lovely space to go for a walk. People think it's weird when I tell them to go to a graveyard when they visit the city, but it's very, very beautiful. And this is George Square, which is the main civic centre of the city as well. So very beautiful old historic buildings here. And we've got a lot of culture going on in Glasgow. So all of our museums are free. You can see here on the left-hand side, this is a Kelvin Grove art gallery, which has amazing art installations and lots of beautiful history. And you can also see a statue. This guy is very famous and he always has a cone on his head. I'm not quite sure why. I think it was a historic thing that somebody put a cone on his head. They try and remove it every so often and people will put it back up. So this is literally what he looks like full time now. And last of all, some pictures of the University of Glasgow. So you can see the kind of overview of the university itself. You can see the quad. This is where we hold our graduation. So there's a piper and we process around there after graduation. And you can see on the left-hand side, the beautiful cloisters, which we light up at Christmas time. So it's a beautiful university to work in, very inspirational to be part of that history. However, before you all book your holidays, I just want a little bit of truth here. Glasgow, the Gaelic translation is the dear green place. The reason we are the dear green place is we have a lot of rain. So it is very possible that when you come to Glasgow, this will be the main thing that you're seeing, but it is a beautiful city, definitely worth a visit if you are able to come at some point. So now we've had a little bit of an introduction to Glasgow. I'd like to start by getting you to think a little bit. We've had some incredibly interesting presentations so far, and I want to kind of get you to think a little bit about what you think about misinformation and safety online and things like that. So feel free to put your answers in the chat if you'd like, or just to reflect to yourself. So my first question, if you were to rank yourself on your personal ability to spot false information online, do you think you're in the top 75% of people, the top 50% of people, the top 25% of people, or the top 5% of people? So you can have a think about that. I'm not going to test you, so I don't know the truth of the matter, but I will say that actually most people rate themselves as in the top 50%. It's very rare for people to rate themselves lower than 50%. It's the same as driving. We all think we're better at it than we actually are. We all think that we are better, more highly skilled than other people. So we tend to think we're above average at it. I'm not testing you, so you might well be in the top 5% of people, but it is interesting to note that we all think we're better than those other people. And that's where some of the problems lie around misinformation, that we all think we're better at it than we are, so we don't need the training. It's those other people over there who need to be trained to get better at it. My second question, what percentage of people can systematically tell true from false information online? Do you think it's 4%, 10%, 50%, or 75%? And the answer is 4%. So you can see, even though we all think we're pretty good at it, it's actually a very, very rare skill. Not many of us are very good at telling true and false information online. My next question, which of the following statements is true? Is it true that true information spreads quicker than false information? Is it true that false and true information spread about the same speed? Or is it the case that false information spreads 2 times quicker than the truth? Or does false information spread 6 times quicker than the truth? Okay. And the answer is 6 times quicker than the truth. So this is part of the problem with misinformation, because misinformation tends to be more interesting. It tends to be more emotional, as we've talked about, more shocking, and people are more likely to click it, and then it's proliferating very, very quickly. So that makes the spread of misinformation a big challenge. It's moving fast, and then anything we're trying to do to stop that spread or to correct the spread doesn't tend to spread as quickly. So that's a big problem with misinformation, that it's spreading very quickly. Roughly how often do people believe false online information? Is it about 10% of the time, 25% of the time, 75% of the time, or 90% of the time? Okay, and the answer is 75% of the time. So we are quite likely to believe false information. So the truth of the matter is, if you've seen one false story, the chances are you probably believed 3 other false stories and not noticed them. This question is about young people now. What is one of the most common reasons young people share misinformation online? Is it because they think it's actually true and they want to help other people? So are they the good guys, or are they the bad guys? Are they wanting to cause harm and spread panic? Or is it because they're trying to get their followers up? Or because they don't understand what misinformation is? So do you think it comes from not knowing, or do you think it comes from trying to cause problems? Actually, the research suggests that it's because they believe it's true. Most of the time when young people spread misinformation, they see it, they think, oh, this is important, people need to know this, and that's why they're sharing it. They're not doing it out of badness. Why might young people be especially vulnerable to impersonation? Is it because they're impulsive and inattentive? Is it because they can't distinguish real from fake news? Is it because they're very trusting of their peers and looking for social validation? Or is it because they don't know what catfishing is? And the answer here is they're very, very trusting. So as was said earlier on, they really trust their peers. They believe them. They trust them. They think their peers know things. They know what's right and wrong. So they trust them. And that can be a reason why they then believe the misinformation. Well, I trust Molly and Molly has shared this, so therefore I trust the information. Which strategy do you think has been shown to be the most effective in helping young people identify impersonation or fake profiles? Is it literally just telling them stranger danger, just avoid strangers online, kids? Is it teaching them about platform-specific privacy settings, so how to make your profile private? Is it practicing role play and scenarios of deception? Or is it encouraging adult monitoring of accounts, so using parental controls? Okay. And it's practicing, it's getting them to actually do it. So seeing what's happening online and trying out different techniques and things like that. Actually doing it is much better. Putting in the adult monitoring, either through an adult watching them, as we heard earlier, quite often the kids will have a second account anyway. So even if you're watching this one, they've got their top secret one over here. Or they can quite often get around the parental controls. So it's not uncommon actually for parents to set up the parental controls and be like, yep, I've done my thing. And the kids are like zooming around the back and getting rid of them. And then research shows that when children are taught about online safety, the most effective learning happens when the rules are explained clearly by adults, when real life consequences are emphasized, when there are lots of tests and quizzes, or when they co-create the content and scenarios. So which one of these do you think is the case? Okay. And the answer is when they co-create the content. This is when they're involved in creating the content. It's something that's relevant to them. It's taught in a way that's exciting and interesting. So that was my little quiz just to get you thinking. I hope it's got you reflecting a little bit on how good you are at spotting misinformation. So not just looking at our youth, but also thinking about we ourselves and how we can get better at spotting misinformation. And in the next section, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the impact of misinformation. So first of all, like social media, misinformation can be very entertaining. We actually have a whole day, well, not a whole day, it's actually till lunchtime, right? You're at the pool if you believe it afterwards. But it's a whole day involved where we think about misinformation, where we create stories actively. And it is the one day, I think, when people are much more critical of the things they see online. They actually do stop and think before they share. So it's a very good day for me as a misinformation researcher. So I go online and I find different bits and pieces. So here is an April Fool's from Scotland, a story where they announced the launch of a new service at Perth Theatre and Concert Hall, the Koala service, because there's been an increase of customers in Perth, Western Australia, accidentally booking tickets for shows in Scotland. And they had a special Koala team trained to ensure the safe return of these customers who accidentally booked for the wrong Perth. Here's another one. You might have seen a few of these, the hidden life of Scotland's wild haggises. So there's lots of stories usually on April Fool's Day about the taming of the wild haggises and things of that description. And then this was a new one this year. I'd never seen this before. It made me smile. This is Nessie getting her annual health checkup from the Highland Aquatic Veterinary Services, and all the tests were given out. She was giving a positive news with no illnesses to report. So you can see it's quite fun, right? It's nice to do these things. It's quite easy now with generative AI to create these sorts of things, and it is a very fun and enjoyable thing to do on April Fool's Day, particularly to go through and look at all these different bits of misinformation. It's a game and we enjoy it. But we know that misinformation can be very damaging, particularly for our young people, because if they're believing these bits of information as true, if you believe that Nessie's health check went well, that's probably not too much of a problem for you. But if you're believing certain other things, then it can have a really negative impact on you. So we know that misinformation can impact our beliefs, so what we think is true, and also our behaviors, so what we do with that information in lots of different fields. And we know that it's not just fake news. Young people often see misinformation as just being fake news, which is about world events. But it is general information trying to manipulate people, deceive them, and exploit them. So for young people, this might mean believing false claims that make them feel unsafe, ashamed, or alone, or trusting people who aren't who they say they are. So here's some of the possible damaging impacts of misinformation for young people. And So we wanted to create an intervention around this. So we'd spoken to young people and they said that, misinformation was a challenge for them. There's so much information now. And in a lot of ways, as we've talked about, this can be really beneficial because we've got we've got the news channels, which have always been the arbiter of content, and they select it and they choose the stories that come to us. But now anyone can post up, news and information and their opinions and different things online. So we've got a huge amount of information available to us, which can be great. But some of that might not be as accurate. Some of it might be harmful, as Mitch was saying in his presentation. So we wanted to work with young people to create something to help them to develop these skills, to think about when they see things online, are they true, are they not, why might people be posting them? And we know that a lot of the interventions that exist have been designed for adults. So the bad news game that came up earlier, there's a lot of really exciting and interesting interventions which have been designed for adults. Although a lot of these do still run into the issue that a lot of people think they're better at spotting it than they are, right? So, even just getting adults to engage can be quite a challenge. So that's why it's great that people are trying these sort of gamification approaches. And there are some which exist for young people, but quite a lot of these have been designed by adults. And we know that young people, their way of using the internet is very different to our way of using the internet. Their interests, the problems they're experiencing, their brain development, as we've heard so far, is very different. So we really wanted to work with the young people to create the intervention. And we also wanted to focus on skills. So there are some interventions that focus on misinformation in a specific topic area. For example, health misinformation. And we didn't want to do that. We wanted to keep it really broad, so it was skills-based. And we wanted to co-create the intervention with and for young people. So our first a project that we did working on this was, we called it The Real Deal. And we worked with young people in Glasgow. This was funded by Not Equal, so it's part of the UKRI. And we really wanted to work with our local kids and find out what the issues were in terms of, spotting truth and false information online, how they felt about it, and how they wanted to learn about it. So we worked with 3 schools across Glasgow, and it was great to work with them. Actually, we had about 20 young people aged around about 13. And this intervention was aimed at kind of that 11 to 13 age group, because at this age, we know that young people are, a lot of them are online, although legally you're meant to tick the box, like I'm over 13 years old for a lot of social media, but we know that a lot of them are online. And we thought if we aimed at this group, then it would be a group that would be open to learning, and hopefully we could get those skills embedded early on. And because this was co-created, we also worked with teachers. So they were involved kind of more on the edges of the co-creation. So they were letting us know things like how it fits with the curriculum, what sort of techniques they've used in teaching these sorts of things, how, what resources, time, all those sorts of things were available. We had 4 academics involved, and we were bringing kind of the psychology side of things. So we were saying, these are the ways in which misinformation spreads. These are the sorts of techniques. And so one of the kind of key foundations of Project Real is literally just stopping to think. So one of the problems with information on social media is as you're scrolling, you've got your kind of cat video, your travel log, whatever it is, and then you've got kind of world events, and it's all kind of mixed together. So it's very, like, we often don't really engage our brains, we're just kind of scrolling. And so we use what's called heuristic processing. So, oh yeah, Molly said that, I trust her, yeah. Oh, that's from a website that I trust, yeah, fine. And sometimes, as we heard before, the kids don't even read it, they just click share because it's more important to do that. So one of the things we're trying to do is get people to really use that sort of systematic approach and stop and think before they share. And then we also wanted to work with influencers. So we've heard about influencers so far, and they can be a real force for good on the internet. The kids look up to them. They trust them. These parasocial relationships are not ideal in terms of social development, but they are very good in terms of behavior development. If your influencer acts a certain way, it can encourage you to act that way or think about things in a different way. And we know that young people do not really trust the adults in their life to have expertise on their online life. They don't trust their parents particularly. They don't trust their teachers. They don't trust the academics, but they trust the influencers that they follow, these people that they watch quite often every day, the people that they like. And quite often there's sort of aspirational as well, like, oh, I want to be an influencer, so I need to know about this stuff. So we worked with influencers as well. And we spent 6 weeks really working with these young people in these different groups to understand the issues, to talk to them about how they wanted to learn about it, and then to create the materials. So you can see here, these are some of our influencers. So you can see like how amazing they were. I don't think my hair has ever looked like that. They're very cool. And we worked with them to create these lesson plans. And you can see here the sessions that the kids created. These were the topics that they chose. So we went in very open. We didn't know what it was going to look like, what the format would be, what the topics would be. We literally started from scratch and talked to them about what the problems were, how they wanted to learn. I'll explain this more in the next session. So they wanted to do things about fake news, so spotting real and false information, fake photos, which is obviously photo editing, which is really important when we're talking about the body image issues, for example. Fake people, so knowing who's saying things, being able to check, is this actually, the person who they say they are? Fake stories, which is conspiracies, so being able to spot a conspiracy theory, and fake videos, so being able to spot fake videos, which is quite tricky actually, but at least just making them aware of that. And then the last session brought it all together. It's called Keeping It Real, and this is where they develop their own kind of ideas and materials for other groups. And yeah, I've got some examples here of some of the content which the young people helped us to create. So they designed all the activities. They said, we don't want to write anything. We want it to be interactive. We want a lot of discussion. We want a lot of like spotting and game playing. And you'll notice through all these examples that these were the sorts of things, so the kids picked them, that were relevant to them. So they're not really about world events. It's more the sort of misinformation they might see more commonly on their things. So it's things that you might come across more regularly about photoshopping spots or, holiday snaps and things like that. Quite often they're humorous. So the idea of them working with the kids and the teachers is these skills are being developed in a kind of safe space and in a space where the kids would be seeing these sorts of things more commonly. So these are some of the materials which we can have a wee look at. So this is a story from one of our slides. So you can see Canadian lawmaker caught naked during video conference. We give them the screenshot like this so you can see where it was taken from. So the Huffington Post. So that might give you a clue as to whether this is real or not real. So do you think this is true or false? This one is actually true. This was one of the early COVID days, and someone had gone for a run and accidentally come back and got changed and accidentally left the camera on. So this was back in the early Zoom days when we're still having technological issues, I guess, but less so now. Here is a second one. So this is from our fake photos session. So this is the Gates of Heaven in Bali. Beautiful picture here. Do you think this is real or not real? And the answer is this one is not real. So you can see here, this is what it looks like in the real world. So there isn't actually water there. What people do is they stand and they take a photograph with a mirror. So it looks like you're standing in front of a pool and there is a big queue of people behind that wall and around the corner waiting to take this photo. So, not high tech here, definitely low tech. And then what we do is after these sessions, we talk to the learners. So they maybe do a couple of these as a starting activity, and then we get them to discuss why people might edit photos or how they might spot them. Then we get them to go and look for their own. So it's all very interactive. It's not a kind of big long thing. The teachers will play influencer videos. The influencer will introduce the topic. They'll do some interactive activities and then they finish. And what was also really important for us and the teachers was that they said, we don't want an encyclopedia. We want this to be something we can pick up and we can use very quickly and easily. So this was another important consideration for us. So at the end of the project, we did some analysis of it and we found that it increased participants' confidence in recognizing fake news and misinformation and increased the number of checks they intended to make. So this is the idea that you don't just click share, you kind of stop and go, okay, hang on, who said it? Why did they say it? Can I read beyond the headline? So we've got some initial data suggesting that this project was effective, and also that the people who engaged in it did enjoy it. The kids said that it was fun. They really enjoyed the interactive activities. They could see that it was created by young people, so they liked that. It felt real. And we've made some minor edits to it just to kind of based on that feedback. We're going to be doing a little bit more work evaluating this going forward. And so what happened then was we started speaking to Police Scotland. They've been using some of these materials with their school liaison officers. And they got in touch and said, we really like, the initial Project Real, but we're really interested in doing something with you where we're thinking a little bit more about kind of legal issues around misinformation. So, a bit more about like online safety, a bit more about, knowing who you're speaking to online. So just really, being able to reflect more on the kind of safety and legal issues around misinformation. So what we decided to do with this group then is we received some funding from the University of Glasgow, and the police also helped us out with in-kind support. And we wanted again to work with young people and the police. So again, the idea here is that we're co-creating with the young people's expertise, with the police's expertise, and with the academics' expertise, because I do not know the answer to a lot of the questions the kids were asking. Is this legal? Is it not? What happens if this happens? I don't know. So we're working with the police and the PSYV group. You can see them here. The PSYV, sorry, I should say, the Police Scotland Youth Volunteering Group. They're a group of young people who are interested in the police. So they volunteer and they come along to sessions to learn about police work, and then they go and help the police when they're out on the beat and events and things like that. So while these kids might not be, you know, they're already interested in the police, they might not necessarily be representative of all kids. We thought, well, if we're going to be working with the police, you know, if we got some kids in off the street to do this, it would probably take us about 6 weeks for them to even trust the police and, you know, to create the materials. So we thought, okay, well, let's work with the group that are already in there. And they were very engaged, and you can see them here. They did a great job. So we had 14 young people involved in this project, and they were a little bit older because of the type of topic we were doing. So we're working with 13 to 16-year-olds here, police officers and academics, and we worked with them over 4 weeks this time. So we went in regularly to their sessions to work with them. And we created 3 sessions here. So the first of these was The Real Me, which is exploring digital footprints and the information about you, which is available online. So I don't know if you've ever done this, but it's worth doing. Just Google yourself and see what comes up, see what other people are seeing when they look for you. There is a huge amount of information available about me online because I do a lot of webinars like this, so you can pick up a lot of video content about me. And it is incredibly easy to pick up information about people, particularly if they haven't set their settings to private on social media. So one of the key questions in this was, how do you keep your information safe? And the activity the kids wanted to do here, again, they wanted videos from the police officers talking about this, but they also wanted interactive activities. So one of these is to look at social media profiles and see how much information you can get from the social media profiles. And then moving beyond that, there is a guessing game. So you can see here, this is one of the social media profiles we created. In the real version, it's interactive, so you can click on all these different panels. And if you look at the information, so for example, here you can see the bus, and underneath he's like, oh, the number 1 bus is always broken, so I always have to walk back from school. You can see here he's taken a photo of his games console, and here a video of some graffiti. And if you put these things together, if you can do a bit of Googling and a little bit of research, and you can work out roughly where he lives from the amount of information that he shared here. We have another profile where we have a girl who's, sharing information incidentally about her school. So you can see the school in the background, and another one where she's on holiday, and you can see the hot dog legs, things like that. So things people share without realizing, but of course they can be linked to cyber crimes because people know where you are, they know what you're doing. And it's actually very interesting how much information you can get about people from their social media. And the kids also wanted to create a password guessing game. So you can see here, this is Ria, and this is Ria's social media profile. And again, on the real version, you can click login and you can try and guess her password from the information. So all of these pictures are clickable. You can go on them and click and have a look at the different pictures and the information that she's sharing, and then you can have a wee go at guessing her password. So again, it's not just information about you, it's information that might allow people to access your email, your social media, and things of that description. Incidentally, if you're interested, all of these pictures are generative AI, so they're not real people. So again, showing how good Gen AI is getting in creating very authentic looking images. So, it's very easy now to create a fake profile. So that was the first session. The second session, we were looking at information spreading. So, thinking about spotting true and false information online. Here, we were thinking about kind of legal issues around kind of scams, how scams can spread about like cryptocurrency, false information about that, but also issues around where, for example, somebody, a crime is committed and somebody online will say, oh, this person did it. And then people quite often will jump on the bandwagon and this person's life can be made a misery, even if they've not done anything. So thinking about, spotting and thinking about misinformation there. So that was the legal angle there. And what the kids wanted to do here was to, there's a fake news spreader. So you can go on and you can see that kind of, the fake information spreading 6 times quicker. So you can see how quickly it moves through space. And then you can also have a go at creating your own misinformation. And in this, we ask them to create misinformation stories, and then use techniques which are commonly used in misinformation. So for example, emotive language. So if something's got very, it makes you feel very strongly, it's using a very strong language, then quite often that makes people, it might suggest that it's misinformation. So they can rate how good somebody does that, and that makes it spread quicker. And another thing people can do is pretend to be somebody else. So, creating a fake account. So the real Taylor Swift, for example. And then that might also lead to it spreading further. So they can create misinformation stories, rate them, and then see how misinformation spreads more quickly in that situation. And then the last session they wanted to do was about, they called it the real connection. And this is thinking about who you're speaking to online. So this isn't the issue that we've talked about earlier around, that connection in terms of connection to real friends, but literally thinking about who you're speaking to online, and are they who they say they are, and can you trust them? So is this person actually another child? Is this person, my friend, or is it somebody pretending to be my friend? So there's lots of, again, interactive activities here, but the main one is the kids wanted to do a choose your own adventure story, which was a delight. And for those of you, what we kind of did with this is very small text, so please don't worry about it. But basically it pops up as like a game. So there's text in the middle and it gives you a story. So someone comments on your post complimenting your fashion style. You start chatting to them in a friendly way. After a few weeks, they suggest meeting up in person at a shopping centre. What do you do? And then you've got options. So you can agree to meet or you can say no. And then there's different kind of outcomes that come from this. But what the kids were really keen on is that this didn't all end in disaster. So we didn't want the kids to all end up, the stories all being like, well, of course you don't meet anyone you've met online. That's just a no-no, because then there's no point playing the game. So there are good outcomes to this. So long as you, for example, you meet in a public place, you take a parent or an older sibling with you, things like that. And then there's also the opportunity to loop round. So if you make a choice, you can also go back. And it's also been created, which Joe did a beautiful job of, that it's actually percentage based. So every time you play it, it comes out slightly differently because you can't know for sure. There is no kind of definitely this is the real person or definitely this is a problem. So there are kind of like things built into the game as you play it that you'll get different scenarios when you play it. So again, an opportunity for them to think about that in a fun way and to really think about the what might mean. And you can see at the end here, so now you feel uncomfortable, you don't want to leave the shopping centre with them, you make up an excuse and leave, and then lesson learned, maybe meeting alone was a risky decision. So again, the kids helped us to create all these stories. And then what was interesting is when we were working with the kids, and this came out earlier as well, the young people really wanted to create a video for their parents because they were saying to us, like, my parents don't understand what I do online. They don't understand what Snapchat is. They don't understand this, that, and the other. And so every time I try and have a conversation with them, I have to spend the first half hour like explaining what Snapchat is. And by the time I've done that, I'm just raging with them and I don't want to talk about it anymore. So they said, can we make a video for our parents about this? And we said, yeah, that'd be a brilliant thing to do. I think it's really important that we get this kind of idea of community and people working together. So what they said was they wanted to go off and reflect on their on this question, what I wish my parents knew about my online life. They went back to school and they talked to their pals, and then they came back to us and we worked with them to create a script. And then we got them to come in and we audio recorded their voices and animated a video, which I'm going to try to show to you now.
I wish that my parents knew that talking to people online is me being social. I'm communicating positively with my friends online and we're just having fun.
I can relax, explore who I am online, and try out different things.
I am doing my schoolwork and learning about interesting things online.
I'm online a lot. I know what I'm doing and I want you to trust me.
Sometimes I do need your help, but I worry how you will react when I tell you what has happened. I wish you would listen to me, try to understand what happened and my point of view. Be open-minded.
I want you to stay calm and not get mad and not blame me. It's not always my fault.
Instead of being disappointed, help me find a way to do something about it.
I want you to show an interest in what I'm doing online, and I want to share some of what's going on in my online life.
Sometimes it's easier to talk to my friends or big siblings because they've been through it. They're the same age and know more because they're a different generation.
Don't worry if I told someone else first. I wanted to find a more neutral person who doesn't have expectations and who won't be disappointed in me.
If it's something embarrassing, I don't want to tell you because it can be weird. Sometimes I don't know what you'll say. You can't always just leave it. It's like walking away during a conversation. It can be rude and sometimes it makes it worse if you don't reply.
Things can quickly spiral and escalate online. Someone might say one thing and the next day everybody knows. I feel like I need to act fast to sort it out before it gets worse.
Don't take my phone off of me. Taking my phone off of me doesn't take away from the problem. Instead, I might need your help with how to respond.
I wish you would get informed about what I'm trying to tell you about. It's a different era, and things are just different now.
Don't tell other family members, or make it bigger than it needs to be, like it's the end of your life.
I wish you would not always take things so seriously. Most of the things I see online are innocent, sweet, and funny.
In the end, I'm going to grow up anyways. You can't protect me all my life, so help me learn how to protect myself.
Instead of taking my tech or social media away, I want you to explore and discuss with me what can and can't be done online.
I can teach you things too.
So I hope that video was interesting to you. It's very interesting to me. I mean, one of the very, very big things which came out of the video was the kids that all of them were like, don't take my tech away. That is literally every single one of them repeatedly said that, you know, because they say, if I tell you something's gone wrong online and you take my tech away, I can't fix it. I can't resolve it. I'm isolated them from my other friends who might be able to help me to cope with it. And of course, then what happens next time something goes wrong is they don't tell you. So that is the kind of the big takeaway. All of them said that was to be really, you know, reflective on what you do. So yes, sometimes things go wrong online, but think about what that might look like and how you might respond to it. And so what we wanted to do was to not just have this video, but the kids also worked with us to create these discussion questions. And so we've got discussion questions for parents to ask their kids and for kids to ask their parents. And the idea is that people can watch these this video together and then ask each other questions. So, you know, how can I support you in staying safe online without feeling like without making you feel like I don't trust you or I'm spying on you? Or how would you want me to respond if you came to me to talk about something online that upset you? So having those conversations early, not waiting until, as we said before, not waiting until later, but actually having those conversations up front, creating a dialogue about what is okay and what isn't. And then also, you know, this idea of I can teach you things too, literally sitting down together and being like, hey, can you show me something that you're looking at online at the moment, and vice versa, you know, parents showing kids what they're looking at, kids showing parents, just to keep that dialogue going, to keep that open conversation. And here's the questions, children for their parents. So children can ask their parents, like, if something went wrong online, what would you want me to do? Do you think online problems can be just as serious as real life ones? Why or why not? This was quite an interesting one for me. And is there anything about me being online that confuses you or you don't understand? Maybe I can help explain it. So again, this idea of not just the kids on their own and the kids in the classrooms, but how we can take that broader and engage with parents and families as well. Then we moved on to work with Education Scotland, and here we were working with them because it was a bit less about misinformation and a bit more about kind of cyber security, scam prevention, digital well-being. So thinking a bit more broadly about, you know, being safe online. Yes, being safe online is partly about, do I know if this is real or not? Do I know who I'm speaking to? Do I know, you know, what the information is? But what we were interested in this project was more about kind of, do I know how to protect myself online? Do I know about scams? Do I know about settings and things of that description? So again, we co-created. We had two groups of kids helping us with the co-creation. So one group was a group of children in school, and the other group were out of school due to behavioural issues. So we worked with them in a community setting. And we had 2 teachers, 5 youth workers, 2 people from Education Scotland and 2 academics. And again, we started with this kind of idea of what's worrying you or people your age most online. So we gave them a very kind of broad starting point, and we decided that we were going to work on a comic, so a slightly different approach this time. And we co-created this comic with the kids. So the kids came up with storylines. So they spent the kind of first day thinking about stories, the stories they wanted to tell, thinking about characters, again, speaking to people from Education Scotland who have expertise in cybersecurity and cyber hygiene. And then they designed their story. So you can see here, they actually got them to draw some of their own ideas so we could see what it should look like at the end. And they did the panels and like how they wanted the comic to look. So we talked about telling stories through pictures as well. So how we would do the text and what it would look like. And then we got them to use a bit of Gen AI to give us some ideas about what the characters might look like and what the style might look like. And they helped us to develop the text. So there's a lot of Scots language in it. And it's also set in Glasgow. It's set in Ayr, this comic. So you can see set signs out the window, you know, of where it is, and the kids are speaking and using the sort of language which the kids would use. So they spent 3 days doing this. And then we gave their ideas to our illustrator, Georgia, who created the illustrations to go with it. So you can see some of the ideas that came through here. So this was a kind of hacking scam that was going on. So somebody was talking to somebody online and trying to scam their accounts. So the two comics are actually ended up being quite different. So the first was a bit more about social elements of online safety. So there's elements in there of cyberbullying, of catfishing. So somebody taking somebody's phone and pretending to be somebody else. How you dispose of your tech. If you're like me, you dispose of your tech by putting it in a drawer somewhere and forgetting about it. But, you know, if you sell it on or if you buy secondhand, what you can do to make sure your account stays safe, and also digital well-being, you know, when to take a step back and how to do that. So the first is much more kind of the social elements. The second is much more about cybersecurity. So things like how to spot a scam, what to do if you see a scam, sending money safely online. So it is, you know, I online shop, right? You know, it is something we do, but how to do that safely, and thinking again about your digital footprint. So what we've done with these comics is they exist already. They've been launched. We had a launch a couple of weeks ago in Ayr. We're just currently doing the lesson plans, which we're co-creating with teachers. And the idea is that these lesson plans won't just sit in IT or computing. So the first one, comic, where we're talking about social elements of online safety, Emma's been helping us to create the lesson plans for that, and they're brilliant. And they're actually about literacy, so story writing. So the idea is that the kids, it's not just that this sits in computing and then I forget about it when I go to all these other places. So they design their characters, they think about stories related to this, they think about storytelling. And the second one is a bit more about kind of the scams, and this is maybe we're talking about using this a bit more in media studies. So again, maybe getting the kids to do some sort of news report or things like that. And the other really important thing with the comics is we did a literature review recently in collaboration with Education Scotland, and it showed that cross-age teaching is really, really important in cyber safety in these sorts of things. So like, again, they don't trust the adults in their lives, as we saw in the video, but they trust other young people. So training up other young people to support each other can be really powerful. So the idea is that these lesson plans actually can be used by young people to teach other young people. So even potentially across the primary into secondary school transition. So secondary school kids going in and delivering some of these things to the primary school children before they come into high school. So they meet some high school students, they may be thinking about these in different ways. So that's a really important part of this project, is that kind of idea of cross-age teaching. So it's the comics and the lesson plans and how older kids can teach younger kids about these issues. And the last project I want to tell you about, because this is literally brand new, is all about using gamification to teach people about misinformation. So we've been working on this with an amazing team of people from across the world through Design for Good. And what the idea is here is that people are creating, so there is, it's a game. There will be both a physical copy where you're holding the cards in your hand, and there will be an online game as well. And so you will be presented with information in the middle, which might be true or false. And your job as an influencer is to look at all these different techniques which people use to spread misinformation. And your job is to guess which techniques that they're using. So again, the idea is that they're thinking about not just is this true or false, like using like the force or intuition, but actually looking at it and trying to learn about these different techniques. So things like fake profiles, manipulative edits, cherry picking of information, things like that. And when you play, your job is to gain followers. So one of the important things in Project Real is we always position our learners as the good guys. So they're not the ones who are like trying to spread misinformation. They're the ones who are trying to stop the spread of misinformation. So here you gain followers by becoming a trusted internet source. So people, when they trust you, you get more followers. That's how you win the game here. And also when you play quicker, you get extra points, because otherwise people can just copy each other, which they do online, right? So the idea is that they're getting points for being trusted on the internet. And that's the same with the original Project Real and the other ones, is that the idea is that the kids themselves are keeping other people safe online. They need to learn this stuff so they can keep their friends safe, because their friends don't know this stuff, and they need to become a trusted internet source to help other people to understand the information. So this is a kind of overview of the main projects that we've been doing. What I'll do in a later session is to talk a little bit about how we authentically co-created the materials, so what we actually did to engage with them. However, all of our materials are available freely on the Project Real website, which you can check out. Not all of them are actually on there right now because we are just testing them, so we don't want to share them with you until we know they work. We're very much about the evidence base. We don't want to share something that's going to make it harder for people to spot misinformation or make them not trust anything at all. But as we edit these, you'll be able to find them on our website, and also on the Melissa Institute website will be a link, and you can also contact me. And I would happily take any questions as well if we've got 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Skipper, and for doing this wonderful work, such impactful work, and for your creativity amazes me, and you're now having met you in person. I know that you keep alive the child within, so you obviously connect very well with the youth that you are working with, and they are lucky to have you there, and we're lucky to have you as a partner of the Institute, and now a partner to the rest of the world too. Yeah.
Thank you.
And we now move to our second panel discussion, building social media resilience in youth, strategies for parents and educators. Moderating this session is Dr. Annette Greca, distinguished professor of psychology and pediatrics at the University of Miami, and a member of our scientific board. Joining her will be Dr. Yvonne Skipper, Dr. Sherry Hamby, distinguished research professor at the University of the South, founding editor of APA's Psychology of Violence journal, and an expert in victimization, trauma, and resilience, and a member as well as of the Melissa Institute Scientific Board. I'll just hang around a little bit here too. Dr. Greca, the floor is yours.
I'm delighted to be here, and Dr. Skipper, I really enjoyed your presentation today. I think it was a great compliment also to the one we heard earlier today by Mitch, taking on now some of the ways we might be able to intervene or help kids address some of the issues that Mitch raised earlier also in his presentation. So I'd like to thank you for a very interesting and illuminating presentation. I think the many facets of the Project Real are incredible, like the real deal, the real me, the real information. I found them totally fascinating and really very useful. I also would encourage, I've looked at a couple of the related websites that Dr. Skipper has linked to in the chat, and I think they're really excellent, and I would really encourage viewers to take a look at them as well. So, with that in mind, I guess the theme of this discussion was to be on strategies for youth and parents. And so actually the first kind of question I have really is, based on your expertise, I mean, what would you really recommend parents do to promote social media resilience in their kids, and especially how they may address issues of misinformation and fake news, given that, as you've also let us know, parents and adults are not especially good at this either. So where should we start? What do you think would be the best way for us to begin to tackle that?
That's a great question. I think, as I said before, it's really important to start talking about it early on, to talk to kids particularly when they're young. We do often sit with them, right? You will sit together and you will scroll and you will look at things. And so having those conversations, even when they're little, like, oh, why do you think she said that? Kids can understand truth and lies. They understand, I'll say I don't want the cookie when I really want the cookie, so my brother won't eat the cookie, so they understand these things as they get older. So I think sitting together from a young age and talking about it, and then trying to keep that dialogue going when they become adolescents and suddenly it all shuts down. So being open about our own social media use, sharing, oh, I saw this thing the other day and I thought it was true, and I'm really embarrassed that I messed up and actually it ended up not being true. So talking about those sorts of issues very early on. I mean, the research seems to suggest that these parental controls, they exist, but they're not always terribly helpful because the kids feel like you're then stopping me or you don't trust me, you know. So having an open dialogue with our children is a really important kind of starting point there.
Yeah, I love the video that you shared as well. And I think that could be a good place for discussion between parents and kids. Yeah, and I was wondering, I think the age issue is a really interesting one. I mean, I noticed that you were targeting in the Real Deal the 11 to 13-year-olds, which would be a great age group to target. But I'm wondering how we can move this even onto either a younger age or especially more a little bit older adolescents and even young adults. I mean, I know from teaching college students that they are totally addicted to their cell phone and platforms, and it's somewhat scary seeing how much time they spend on these things. So, how can we adjust some of what you were describing to make it either more appropriate for older youth or starting even younger before age 10?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a great point. We've worked with that age group just because we've got the contacts there and we thought, you know, that's the age when they're ready to engage with some of these things. But there are programs that exist for younger people and older people. I think the things that we've created in Project Real are quite universal, you know, because you can see that picture about the thing in Bali and you can talk about, you know, the questions around like, you know, over tourism and you know how people might feel if they saw it and they got there, you know. So I think the conversations actually can be different even when you use the same sort of materials. It's just having a conversation about it. But we would like to work with different age groups because I think you're right, there's different challenges, and there's even, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but we brought some of the materials over to Miami and with the Melissa Institute, it's been great. But even, you know, we've similar culturally, you know, in Scotland and Miami, and even some of those, you know, the kids were like, "What's that? And why is that relevant?" And we don't know these influences and things. So you know, it's not always easy to just transplant things from one place to another. So you know, we're really keen to maybe work with the Melissa Institute and move forward and create something new and something a bit more based, you know, with faces, with voices, with local people, with the people that sound and look and feel like you. I think that can be really powerful as well, that, you know, you feel like these influencers or these communities are being represented and then it feels authentic and is something that I want to engage with, not one of these things that I'm like, oh, this is boring, it's not me, it's not relevant. So understanding the different needs in these different groups as well.
Yeah, that sounds great. One kind of follow up to that a little bit is, do you think that certain youth are more vulnerable to misinformation, manipulation on social media? You know, for example, are girls more vulnerable than boys? I mean, especially that seems to be an area with eating and I think you mentioned it as well, eating disorders and messages that are targeting girls and their appearance. But you know, are there any particular groups that we should be especially addressing in terms of helping them to promote social media resilience because they may be especially vulnerable?
In our work, we haven't found particular gender differences because we're not looking in that area of, you know, of like the sorts of things we're looking at are not typically gendered, you know, these sorts of things. But I do think that, and we did some focus groups with the kids as well, and they do recognize that we believe misinformation when it supports what we already think. So if we're already vulnerable to something, if we're already worrying about our body, if we're already anxious about our performance or our ability to fit in our community, then if there's misinformation about that, it's going to affect us more. So I think it's more that if you're already vulnerable in some way to a type of misinformation, you're already worrying about it, you're already thinking about it, that might make you more vulnerable. And then of course, as we talked about earlier, the algorithms are designed that once you start looking, or even if you don't start sometimes, but you know, once you do start and then you click and then you're down the rabbit hole and then you're shown more and more of this content, and then it feels more like this is normal, this is what everybody's thinking, and you know, then kids are kind of buying into these communities where this is seen as the way that we talk to women or the way that we, you know, engage or the way we feel about our bodies, then it normalizes that. So I think it's maybe more, you know, thinking about vulnerabilities that those young people might have, and that might make them more susceptible to misinformation in that field.
That's a good point. Let me stop for a minute and ask Dr. Sherry Hamby if you would like to ask some questions or throw out some points for discussion.
Sure, thank you. And I really loved the video that you showed that the teens made, and I think that was really one of the points that I was hoping to draw out in this session, is that we have to be careful about not thinking about navigating difficult or challenging situations, or navigating resilience, if you want to call it that, as just a matter of regulatory strengths. And I honestly think that those teens put that better than I can, even though I will try to speak to it too. But I thought it was so powerful that they talked about how this are a lot of the importance to their social relationships. This is important to part of their their identity exploration, and and that's also part of their school work. And I do think that I think a lot of the work in this area, and I guess what I would want to say to parents is that, we tend to think of this as just this, I don't know, I mean, like for older people like myself, I don't know if we necessarily see this as such a central environment, although probably we should. I spend almost all of my day on devices too, and here we all are on devices now, like interacting over screens. And sometimes I think we also draw artificial boundaries between the kind of screen time and device time that we have and the kind of screen time that we see young people engaging in, where I'm not really sure it's as different as we like to think that it is. But when I think about, thriving or dealing with challenges, my colleagues and I have something we call the resilience portfolio model, and it has those 4 elements that those teens talked about. So it has the social or interpersonal element, the meaning making element, which for young people is mostly about identity development and preparing for the future through their schooling. And then also the environmental element. And I do think it is a part of our environment just as much as the same way as like the buildings we work in or the streets we live on now. And then there is this regulatory piece, which is, the way that we manage ourselves or navigate those environments in terms of our behaviors and our emotions and things like that. But I do think that a lot of times, a lot of advice for young people just overly focuses on the regulatory part, like don't do this or make sure you do that, or you need to, limit yourself in, to this many hours a day or this many sites or something like that. And honestly, out of all of those domains, like the regulatory one is the biggest bummer, right? I mean, nobody really likes regulation. We don't we don't like doing the chores around the house. We don't like paying our taxes. We don't like having to watch our budget. I mean, there's all kinds of regulatory challenges that we're all dealing with. And the reason that we manage most of those is because we're motivated by our commitments to whatever our sense of purpose is or whatever our relationships are. And I think we need to understand that just giving advice to constantly regulate and control and double check yourself in all of these different ways in a vacuum about why we should be doing that and like what we're going to get out of it is never really going to be a successful strategy. And and I think they just did an amazing job of putting that into some really concise messages for parents. So I especially love to see that.
Yeah, that they did an amazing job. They've been wonderful, and I think that's where the power of co-creation comes in. Is so often they say things, and you're like, yeah, I'd never thought of it in that way. And what you said there made me reflect a little bit on. Recently, we did some focus groups with kids in Glasgow, and we said to them, whose job is it to sort out misinformation online? So these were about 13 years old, and it was interesting because they said the first people is the government because they know the truth. So they should be in charge of stopping misinformation because they know the truth about world events. So they should just stop it. Only the older ones kind of were like, oh, but actually that might be a problem if they were arbitrary in truth, right? But the idea was that they knew. And the second people whose job it was the platforms, because they shouldn't want misinformation proliferating. So again, they kind of knew that people made money on these platforms, but they were thinking of the individual rather than the platform making money. So they, that was interesting to me as well. And then they didn't really think it was their job. It was very much, all these other people. So in some ways that's a good thing because you're trusting, these people around you, to keep you safe. But, it was interesting to me that they didn't feel a lot of personal responsibility. And then moving on from that, I did some work recently we have an organization called Keep Scotland Beautiful, and we do a big spring clean. And we have they do amazing, lots of online events, and people can they do like live lessons. So kids from all over the country can come on and they can pick a part of their community and they can tidy up the litter and things. And together we actually did one on tidying up our online environment as well. So we can keep our online environment tidy too. There's things we can do in terms of the amount of information we share, in terms of, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it relevant? You can pick up trash when you see it outside. You can point out incorrect facts and misinformation when you see them as well, and try and tidy up our online environment. So trying to create communities where we can do that positively, and where that's seen as a normal thing rather than it turning into an explosion every time and then people fighting, how do we, and that's not something I don't think we've nailed as adults either, is how do we have constructive communication when we disagree about some information?
Really critical point. One of the things I was wondering, it seems like we have to really be doing more to prompt children and parents to take on the role of promoting media literacy. And at least in the US at this point, it may be a challenge for the schools to take a lot of that on, given that we're seeing, for example, freezes in funding in education for things that are more in the mental health area. And in fact, just today, the US is freezing or halted $1 billion in mental health aid to schools. So I think a lot of the energy behind this is going to need to come from parents and children wanting to be more informed and better their skills. And I'm wondering to what extent, because artificial intelligence is also, the growing influence of that is also going to be a challenge for spotting fake news and misinformation. I'm wondering if we could, in teaching youth how to use artificial intelligence, whether that could be paired with media literacy skills, because it seems like the two of them are going to need to go hand in hand to some extent in order for individuals and for youth to be able to spot misinformation and false videos and so on. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that or that point as well.
I think it's really important. Yeah. So even when we started this project, it was only a couple of years ago. And when you did Gen AI photos and videos, quite often people had extra fingers. So that was a really obvious way to tell. Whereas now already the ability of Claude and various things to create images has already improved hugely. It's not perfect, but it is pretty good. In fact, the video that you saw at the introduction today was made by Christina, and that was a generative AI video. So they weren't real people, and it looked pretty real. I thought it was real when I first saw it. I didn't realize at all. So Christina did an amazing job of that. Although apparently there is a sneaky, there's a walking baby in the video, which you can see in the group scene, which again I didn't notice. So sometimes there are little tells, but it's incredibly difficult now with all the new technology, and even things we used to say to people, look for spelling mistakes. Bots used to use a lot of emojis. They'd make kind of grammatical and spelling errors. All of this technology is making it harder and harder, and we don't want to get to the stage where people don't trust anything, or they only trust what they think already, right? That's a dangerous place to be in. So I think, yes, it's important to teach kids not just to use ChatGPT or whatever, but to even, it does tell you, it does make mistakes, right? But it says it so confidently that you feel like, well, that must be true, particularly if you're, I find I believe ChatGPT more on something I don't know about because I don't know enough to notice when it's wrong. But if it's my own field, I'm like, that's not right, So I think when you're learning, that is when it can be particularly challenging. So I think, yes, lessons about using it need to also include how you might see when it might have been used to create content that might not be true.
Yeah, I have to confess I was a recent victim of that as well, because I got very excited one day before going to my undergraduate class to let them know that Taylor Swift had just gotten married, and it turns out to, of course, be fake news. Okay. They set me straight right away. Okay.
That's good that you again, modeling, right? You model these things and you go, oh yes, I was got by it too. And then it becomes normal. And then that's what the police were saying as well, is so often when people get got by these scams, they don't want to tell people, they're so embarrassed. And then that means that the scam continues, right? So the more we can talk about these things and be like, oh yeah, I've been got by that and here's how I worked it out, or things, it helps us to create spaces where we're talking about it instead of making it easier for these people. If we're all embarrassed and we don't talk about it, then these things proliferate.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me take a couple of questions from the chat. Let's see what we've got here. Maria Zani has said, working in the international development sector for the United Nations in the field of welfare and well-being, behind the scenes in the creative industry, what can you do to protect them if they are part of disability equality inclusion? As I'm extremely concerned at the lack of responsibility of social media in reference to the Netflix 4-part series on incel and how these groups are targeting young boys and using the dark web. So I guess the question there is, kind of what can be done about that? Well, there's a lot of concern about how things are being used or misused on the, here, regarding cuts in mental health funding. How can schools support children's mental health if the children are in an environment that's potentially abusive, and what resources are available online? That comes from Marie Zani.
So to respond to the second question then, so this is about the schools and mental health. There's lots of resources available online. We can link to those in the chat later. I'll be happy to share them. But it is, again, I think it's once again, it's a community sort of effort. It's the schools working together, the teachers, the young people thinking about, as we have school rules and everything, this is acceptable in our community and this isn't, right? So, and it's working with them to work out what is acceptable in our community. We accept this, we all respect each other, we communicate in this way, we do this, and trying where possible to encourage that happening online as well. So we don't have these rules in person and then we go online and we can say what we want, right? So, trying to create spaces where we're able to create communities and talk about these things in a positive way. So I guess I've kind of gone in a circle there, but I was trying to kind of make the point that if we can work as a community to create kind of how we want it to be, we model it as adults, we work with the young people to find out what they want as well. And we try to create spaces where we create these kind of positive spaces for everybody to be able to express themselves.
I mean, Annette, if I might say something that related to this, and which is, and it ties in with a comment made by Sherry before, which has the co-creation model that you have. I think it's easy to overlook how central it is, because on the good side, you're giving voice and choice to the youth. And all of us who work with difficult situations and problems that don't have clear solutions know that is always part of the solution, to really bring in the voice and the choice of those who are really affected. So it's an antidote to the go overboard with regulation piece, because if the question that you were mentioning, Annette, just now, and the concerns that it brings on most of us, about social media and parents, is about, can somebody please regulate this? Can somebody really protect my child before this information gets to him or her? And part of what you are showing is that can still go on, the regulation, but we need to really bring the voice of the kids and what they think is important. I remember hearing you talk about one of the not so good benefits of that. I mean, at least my observation was, I remember when you first talked to us about this project, that cyberbullying wasn't involved. The kids, and you told me, is because the kids did not identify cyberbullying, which was an interesting thing for me to hear and hard to swallow. I think it was cyberbullying is very important to be there. And you said no, they didn't really consider. I wonder if you can say something about that.
Yeah. So in our first iteration of Project Real, again, we went in openly and talked to the kids about, what's happening online, what was good and what was bad. And, we particularly did want to focus on misinformation, but we were open. And that's like, as Ationi said, the kids didn't identify cyberbullying as a particular problem. Well, not as a particular problem, but it didn't come up in this, and that wasn't what they wanted to focus on. It was more about, how do I spot this? And I'm guessing some of these things might be used in cyberbullying, like editing photos or editing videos or creating content about somebody or writing posts and things, but that wasn't the focus. The focus was more so on spotting it rather than the cyberbullying side of it. So, I mean, yeah, it is interesting that wasn't the first thing that came out. And again, with the young people with the police, cyberbullying didn't come out either. Particularly, it did come out in the comics, so you'll see that is a very big part of the first comic is somebody's being cyberbullied, and that is a big part of his journey through the story, is how he copes with that cyberbullying.
I'd like to just underscore a couple of those points. I mean, I think regarding what Etione just said, I do think that the co-creation probably is an extremely important part of this project, because that's been found in other kinds of prevention programs too. I think, you know, again, like looking at it through the, you know, the resilience portfolio lens, that what you're giving them there is a chance to participate in the meaning making of it, and that you're not just asking them to regulate because they're being told to regulate, but they're getting to, you know, and then that helps make it worthwhile to them. So if somebody did want to adapt it, I've seen a couple of questions in the chat and the Q&A about adapting. It is really important that you, even though those materials you presented are all like gorgeously done materials, and I think they're really terrific, and they could certainly be shown as like models and stuff, that what you would want to do in your program is let them create their own models with their own, you know, like you said, it had all these like Glasgow references and stuff with their own slang and things like that, and you know, people, you know, characters that, you know, are relevant to their communities. And then the other thing I wanted to underscore too about what Yvonne said is just really needing to keep the community focused, and to go back to what you said, Annette, about losing funding and many of these initiatives getting attacked, and you know, and in certain political climates, and you know, and I do think that that is true, but I think that we can't give up the mission, or can't give up the community focus, and that it's really, really important not to be like, well, now it's just everyone for themselves, and so when now, you know, everyone's gonna have to figure this out on their own, but to, you know, keep pushing back and keep finding ways to create community in these, you know, if there's not going to be like national or state level or country level efforts, then, you know, to make it hyper local and to work on your school or in your community, so that parents are working together and kids are working together, and that it, you know, that it is really important not to feed into the sort of intentional strategies of dividing and isolating people that are being used in some places now.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, there's an organisation in New Zealand. It's a Maori name. I can't pronounce it. I'll put it in the chat later for you. But it is they do great work, and what they do is particularly focused on information about Maori groups. And so sometimes if there's a new story coming out, they work together to think about how they might talk about it. And so the idea is that, you know, when stories come out, and if there's negative views of, you know, or it's being presented in a certain way, they reflect on that, and they try to find kind of shared common ground. So, oh, you know, I see here that you're saying about the kids. Yeah, I'm really worried about the kids too. I've been really thinking about the children's education and how we can take that forward. And, you know, what do you think about this? So the idea is not going straight into, well, you're wrong or I'm wrong or whatever, but trying to find the common thread, because, you know, there is a common thread usually. It's that people are worried about something, or you know, they're scared, or they feel something. And so the idea with this group is to train people to be online kind of ambassadors, and go into these spaces and have kind of strategies to find a shared experience, to then have a discussion and then move these things forward. So I think things like that, just trying to be more, create communities, because people do things online they wouldn't do in person, right? You know, you would very unlikely say some of the things that you see online in person. It's not common, right? So what they do in these spaces is try to find shared common ground to start the conversation, rather than shut it down, and then try and build on it, rather than going, well, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And then of course, nobody even reads the discussion, right? They just are like, no, I'm not listening. Whereas if you can find the common thread, hopefully then you can find a space for change.
And I think in all of this too, we have to really, following also up on something Mitch mentioned earlier, where a lot of the organizations that control some of the social media are more responsible outside of the U.S. than they are in the kinds of protections they have within the U.S. And I think it really is going to be important for adults to put more pressure on the organizations, the platforms that youth are using today, to hold them a little more accountable for what they're putting out there in the public and how it's affecting youth. So I think that's going to be an important thing too. Let me just mention a couple of other questions from the chat, and maybe we can wrap it up then. But Hosan Shabi posed a question: how can we protect children from sexual content in social media where most photos and videos are not real? And how can we answer their questions about it?
Yeah, that is obviously a very tricky thing. So obviously part of when you're signing up to these things, there are kind of age ratings, right? And people quite often will just tick, yes, I'm this age, and then they move forward. In the UK, we're moving towards, we've got the new Online Safety Act, and the idea is that we're going to, well, through that, the idea is that we will be adding more responsibility onto the platforms to actually do these sorts of checks and to make sure that they, that young people or people are who they are, the age they say they are online, to help to protect them from that. But of course, that doesn't necessarily help from content that's being shared on WhatsApp groups or, like groups where you're not on a platform, it's maybe a private group and being shared there. And again, I think it's, as Mitch was saying, is to have conversations early on about this sort of content so that the kids are prepared when they see it. It's not the first time they see it when they've got no kind of frame of reference. So you might talk to them about these sorts of things. And again, the police, we've got a new campaign that's being done by Crime Stoppers, the youth version of Crime Stoppers in the UK on sextortion, and how we can resources to help kids to recognize this and to, how to act when they're in these situations. Because of course it's very upsetting when you're a victim of these sorts of things. And so they've got this new Fearless. Fearless is the name of the group, and they've got this new campaign. I think literally the video is just being done now, so you can take a look at that. But again, it's about kind of, in those situations, you are a victim. You are not the person who's in the crime. But a lot of the kids say that they feel like they're the criminal if they've shared a photo and then they're underage, and then at what point is it a crime? They don't understand where these lines are, and that's something I think Al Penny will be talking about a little bit later on in our panel. About how kids see these things, like when are you the criminal and when are you the victim. In some of these, it's actually a little bit of a grey area, and that's really important that kids understand that basically the best thing to do is to talk to a trusted adult, because if we know, we can try and put things in place to support.
Yeah, it make me think that a metaphor to what's happening now with social media and its impact in our lives. I like to think about the quality of water that we drink, how little really we do to really collectively to clean the water, to make sure that the water is good for us to consume. And I think this is in the social media arena, there's an issue we adults are dealing with that is similar. We don't play, many of us, in that arena. So and I get bottled water, in a different way. So you don't make it your business. Just like you live comfortably or protected, seemingly, with the illusion, while the water is being polluted more and more, and while the pond of social media is really affecting more and more people. So all this preparation for the conference and the talks today and everything has got me thinking that maybe I had to go back into social media, join it, answer the 10,000 requests that I have from people who had been doing it for years and I haven't replied, and kind of like begin to experience it and see how I can contribute for it to be a safer medium by doing it differently. And anyhow, it's just a thought, because I think we all have, parents can do that, teachers can do that. We all have a role to play in that, as intentionally trying to repair the world. And that is that world in which our kids are really currently living.
So I have another follow-up question from the chat from Hassan, asking whether there is a website or an AI tool that we can use to check the validity of content in social media based on author reviews, responses, so on. I don't know if there's any such source, but that would be great to know about.
There are kind of fact-checking organizations that will sometimes pop up. So, you can go on to Full Fact or factcheck.org, and they quite often will look at, big news stories and do some fact-checking. So you can go onto those and explore what's happening. Another suggestion is, like, when you see a piece of information and you don't know if it's true or not, is to do some kind of reading around it. So find other sources. And some people, even on their social media, will follow people who have different viewpoints to them, just so they're seeing both sides of the story or both sides of information. So it stops you from being in so much of a filter bubble. You see both sides then, and then you can see, you know, and then you can make a kind of more, because otherwise once you start going one way and then you keep going that way, and then all you see is the information on this side, right? So, you know, some people do suggest following people on both sides, or people, you know, news forums who have different perspectives and things, just so that you're seeing the different sides of the debates and the different arguments. But the fact-checking organizations can be useful. And also, as we talked about earlier, thinking about where the money's going and where the money's coming from, like who is profiting from this, can be quite a useful question to ask yourself. Is there money involved in this? And then who might, you know, why might they be putting it in that sort of way?
Follow the money, in other words,
Yeah.
so to speak. Well, one of the things we want to make sure we have the time to briefly talk about before wrapping up is how the Melissa Institute may be adapting Project Real UK version for Project Real USA. We would love to see something like that. Is there any plan to do that, or how can we do that?
Yes, we are running with it, and we had the first pilot implementation of what we are calling Project Real USA, and was done last summer in with the collaboration of our partners and Familia in Homestead. So we work primarily with, for those of you who are not familiar with Homestead and the work that is done in the area, that's where a lot of the products are kind of like farming is done in our region. And so there were a lot of children of migrant workers and others in there, and families that are working hard to feed us all. So it could not have been a more different population than the one in which originally created, was used to create the program. So Cristina Fonseca, who's now behind the camera, making everything works, is also kind of like on the side, have become an expert on social media, AI, and certainly on Project Real USA. So she led the groups, and we led a process of adaptation also, and where we included images, information, stories that were local things that they could relate to. And we also included a component that had to do with engaging the parents in conversation about what we had done in the program, really talking with them about it. And it was one of the most enriching components of the experience for us, because the parents truly wanted to know. Nobody had ever raised this issue with them. And so they realized how little they knew in comparison to their kids. And the fact the kids told us that they knew for a fact, they knew nothing about it. So it was really, they were very correct in their assessment of the limitations that the parents had and their knowledge about that. So we are now also working with different schools in our region, identifying agencies and schools, places of worship, and that may want to really take on the task of working with us as technical support for them to begin to implement tailored versions of Project Real USA. And so that's where we're at the moment. You know, we think the potential is for this to really grow into a national movement here, and to really grow into something that everybody understands that they have a place, and they have the ability to be part of this and help it develop. And this is part how we convince Yvonne to work with us every time we met. Say, listen, we're really excited about this. You got to come and do this with us. But no, I think it's truly amazing. One component of our efforts is also to, and we had a conversation with Richard learners and others in the psychologists in the US about really using like principles of positive youth development literature and things like that could be used to help kids, youth, intentionally produce safer and more compassion-oriented, supportive digital environments. So that's a component that we hope to continue to work later on. Right now, we're really on the phase of identifying places to work and implementing the program as it is with some modifications. Does that answer your question?
Sounds great. Sounds wonderful. I look forward to seeing the adaptation. Yeah, I think it is very important, as you pointed out, to kind of make it work on a local level, taking materials that were developed elsewhere and making it pertinent and getting youth involved and making it pertinent to their experiences. So I think that sounds great.
Annette, one thing that I wanted to add about that, I'm sorry that I missed it, is that that's part of, and we'll talk about it at the end of the conference. We do want to create like a repository of resources and information available to folks who are interested in this to continue to grow together, as well as to be fed in by others who are experimenting and doing things in their communities. So the idea is that we can, again, co-create in a broader way with each other what we're doing and learn about the things that are being helpful and useful for different communities in the US and across to different parts of the world.
Yeah, and I would like to also point out, well, before we get into a lunch break, that there are already a lot of resources that were posted on the chat today, this morning. So for those of you who are participating, make sure you check the chat out, because there's a lot of great resources that have been listed there that I'm sure you'd want to follow up on. So in addition to, I'm sure, postings that'll follow this conference day on the Melissa website. So I have to really thank the Melissa Institute for not only hosting this, but for also providing so many resources for people that they can follow up on the programming, the wonderful programming that we've already participated in today.
Everything, we mentioned everything we do is for free, and everything that we tape eventually find its way into our YouTube channel. So now that we have explored the effects of social media and ways to detect misinformation, we turn to what it takes to implement a social media safety program in our communities. And for this purpose, we have Dr. Skipper return to present her work, the work that she and her colleagues are doing in Glasgow, UK. Dr. Skipper, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Let me just get my slides up and ready to go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Excellent to have technical support here. So in this session, I'm going to be talking a bit more. So in the first session, what I wanted to do was to present to you the materials that we created, and how we did that was a bit kind of, we just glossed over it a little bit. But in this one, I want to really talk to you about the process of co-creation, and also about if you wanted to create something like this in your community. So how to find your tribe, how we've run the co-creation processes, the ways in which we've created space for us to hear the young people's voices, to make sure they're not just telling us what we want to hear. And just thinking about how we can make this a kind of community effort. So not just individual schools or individual organizations or individual families, but working together to create something that's hopefully going to create kind of consistency across the different spaces our young people find themselves in, and to create a more authentic real world change. So co-creation is an approach where we work together in partnership, and we bring together different types of expertise to create real world change. So coming from university settings, we talk a lot about the impact that our work has. And we're often asked, when we write grant applications, what is going to be the impact? So it's not just the knowledge, but how are we going to disseminate that knowledge and move that knowledge from the academy into the real world? And although there is quite a lot of focus on this idea of impact, we do know that even though we're trying, it doesn't necessarily actually lead to real world change. So we do the research, and then it still sits in the ivory tower, and it's not necessarily being used, being taken up. The kind of old traditional models of you do a piece of research and then you do a conference, you invite people and you tell them what you did, it's not really creating impact, because those people weren't involved in the design, they weren't involved in the creation, and also maybe they, it doesn't really relate to them. It doesn't feel relevant. It doesn't deal with the problems they have. It doesn't the solutions aren't linked to the resources that they have. And so co-creation in of itself is involving academics and partners working together. So thinking about, as academics, we have a lot of expertise in research. We have a lot of expertise in data. We know what the research says should work. We know how to evaluate interventions. We've got lots of students who can provide people to help us out with bits and pieces. But we're not the people at the coalface. We're not the people who are working in schools or with youth every day. So while we have some expertise, we don't have that expertise, you know, in that lived experience of being a young person. I'm not a young person anymore. This project has definitely taught me I'm definitely old now. So we don't know what it's like to be a young person right now. And in terms of our partners, we don't know what their resources are like, how much time they have, what their learners are like, what they think their learners are going to engage with. And so co-creation involves academics and partners working together to co-create knowledge and interventions to really impact the world. And when we do co-creation authentically, it should start from the very beginning, from what is the issue as you see it, not here's an issue and I think this is the problem, but going in and being more open. What is the issue? What would an intervention look like? How are we going to test that tech that it's working? How are we going to disseminate it? And the partners should be working together at all of these different stages to really authentically co-create these solutions to the biggest challenges that we're facing. And in terms of the benefits of co-creation then, first of all, it takes into account research and real-world knowledge together. So there's a lot of research out there about what works in terms of behavioral change, in terms of motivation, these sorts of things. And there is also a lot of work out there about, you know, there's a lot of real-world knowledge about what works with my learners, or this is a challenge for my group, or these are the things which I want to do. And so if we can bring those two different things together, we've got the research and we've got the reality, hopefully that's where we can create change. It creates also a better understanding of context. We talked about this a little bit in the last panel, that, you know, an intervention, you can just drop it in and sometimes it will work. But actually, the more you understand the context, the more you understand those learners. You know, we saw those graphs from Mitch, how many hours those young people were online each day was very, very high. So if you're thinking your intervention is targeting people who are on for 3 hours a day, it's very different to these kids who are on 8-9 hours a day. And clearly their use of social media is going to be different. So it's really understanding the context in which those children are engaging, and also in terms of the project, you know, where is that set? Who are these young people that we're working with? Co-creation is also more likely to be engaging. So by working with the young people, I think for Project Real, it's made the materials better than what we would have created on our own. Because as I said, a lot of the things I know about, or I do on social media, are not what the young people do. So they chose the materials, they wanted them to look a certain way. They told us, we don't want you using kid slang because it's not cool. So we took that on board. You know, so really understanding what the kids want, how do they want to learn? And also making sure that the materials we create are culturally relevant as well. So, you know, in terms of the language that we're using, or in terms of the influences that we're engaging with, or the role models, or the stories, all of these things need to be considered in order to do really good co-creation. So to kind of kick us off here, I wanted to talk a bit about moving Project Real into Miami. So as I said, we have touched on this, but we created our materials in Glasgow. And I got chatting to the people over here and in the Melissa Institute, and they were like, we would like to, you know, try these sorts of materials over here. And I said, great, that sounds like fun. And we were lucky enough to have Christina to help us out. And she delivered the materials in Unfamiliar, which is based down in Homestead in Florida. And their role is to provide educational programs to help improve and preserve family life in Homestead in Florida. I was lucky enough to go down there yesterday to visit them, and I had a brilliant time. Everybody was incredibly welcoming, and it was amazing to see a lot of the work that's going on in Homestead. So thank you for inviting me to your community. And when we were talking about this, we were thinking about these materials exist, and we had some evidence that they worked and they were designed. You know, we had the slide, we had the videos, we had the activities. So it could be easily moved and just done as is. But we did need to make some edits because, for example, the Unfamiliar group, the young people were, it was a summer program. So of course it's very different if you're doing something in school. Project Real was delivered typically it was delivered in school hours. It was delivered in different spaces. So some people did it in computing, some people did it in personal, social and health ed, some people did it in modern studies. But obviously it's very different doing a program where you're in school and you kind of have to be there versus a summer program where you're choosing to be there and you've maybe got a bit more freedom of being like, I don't want to be here, I'd rather be outside having some fun. So we had to think about the setting and also the relevance of the examples. So here's one of our fake news stories, which the kids developed for Project Real, and it was about dolphins in Venice, in Italy. And the kids in Miami are like, yeah, of course there's dolphins. There's dolphins everywhere down here. So, you know, it didn't really work in terms of a story that would be engaging for them. So even simple things like that, literally just this one story was not necessarily the right sort of fit. So first of all, we had to look at the materials, and Christina was brilliant in terms of helping us to understand the context and the kids that we were working with, because we weren't here, we were at a distance, and Christina needed to take what existed and modify it, but not just modify it before she even went in, but actually modify it on the fly once she started doing things and was like, okay, the kids really like this, okay, we need to add a bit more in here. And Christina also brought her knowledge, so she co-created as well with her expertise in terms of she created, for example, a video of me where she put a filter on it, and so it looks like me, but it's not me, it's a slightly different face, and it's a pretty good filter, and it moves with me, and it talks, it's got my voice and the lips are moving. It's pretty good for a simple video filter, just to even see if the kids would recognize that it was a different person speaking to them on the video, and they didn't really. So, you know, bringing in different technologies and things that would surprise them to help to keep these kids engaged, as I said, during a summer program, and to think about the resource that was available. So typically when we were working in schools, we had a whiteboard where the video could play, and it was very easy, and it was a large screen, and then the kids could be on different iPads as they were, you know, engaging with the different activities. But obviously there was less technology available in the space in which they were delivering. So having to think about even simple things like, is there going to be Wi-Fi? How much, is there going to be enough Wi-Fi? Is there going to be computers? Even simple things like that, really thinking about how a project is going to run in a different space. And also in terms of working with Unfamiliar, it was important to think about how to engage families as well. So as I said in Project Real originally, we developed this in classroom settings. And the idea was that we would create this intervention. It would be delivered by teachers to young people, but it was mainly set in a classroom. And following on from that, we did do some parents versus kids online sessions, so people could sign up. It was like an outreach project, and parents and kids could go through the materials together. So it was like we did live ones, and then we did pre-recorded ones that parents and kids could go through together to see who was better at spotting the fake news or the misinformation. Was it the parents or the kids? If you're interested, the kids were generally better, actually. The kids were really, really good at the tech. So they understood, oh yeah, this has been photoshopped, this has been edited, you know, they were really good in that way. Whereas the parents were much better at the psychology. So the parents were much better at being like, oh, well, yeah, the reason that somebody would do this is this. So psychology versus skills, IT skills, there was a difference there. But it does, again, show that parents and kids can learn together about this. But in the Unfamiliar group, it was really important to engage with parents. So as Etione mentioned, the parents were looking for some support. They were like, you know, my kids are doing this. I don't know what I should be doing. I don't know how I should respond. I don't know sometimes what the kids are even talking about when they're talking about some of these things. So as part of that, Christina came up with the idea of getting the kids to, so in the fake stories or conspiracy session, we asked the children to create a fake news story and a conspiracy. And then they have to look and tell the difference of the ingredients that go into those two different things. And she actually used these and showed them to the parents, and the parents had to like guess, you know, which one was the misinformation, which one was the conspiracy, and see whether they thought the conspiracies were realistic. And so again, this was quite fun for the parents to see what their young people had been working for, you know, the idea of bringing the information that's happening in the classroom into the family setting, so that, you know, the parents can see what their kids are up to, but also helping the parents to think about some of these issues as well. And once again, as we know, everybody thinks they're better at spotting misinformation than they are. So saying you need to learn this to help your kids gets people on board, in the same way saying to kids, you need to learn this to help your parents who don't even know what Photoshop is. It helps to get people on board. And it also helps to create consistency. So as we mentioned, if the schools are talking about it in the same way as the families, then we've got a kind of consistency and a level of engagement there, which I think helps the young people, that, you know, there's similar rules or similar discussions happening in these different spaces. I think that can be really, really beneficial. So I think that the families really enjoyed that opportunity to come in and see what the young people had been working on. So at the end of the project, we did some questionnaires with the young people. It was quite a small group, so we didn't have a huge amount of data here, but we also, Christina ran some focus groups for us, which was excellent. And we managed to ask them a little bit about what they thought about it. And they said that it was fun, and they liked it when they did the fake news and the videos, and that they learned how to spot fake news. So, you know, that suggests that it was working for them. But there were a few things that they didn't necessarily, they didn't like as much. There's some ideas of things they wanted to improve. So they wanted to add more videos and activities. That might have been because it was summer context, summer club context. It might have been just that group. But they wanted even more than what we had already. They also said they wanted to do it for longer because they didn't finish it in time, which is, I mean, I guess if they want more, that's lovely. We can totally think about that, how long the lesson's going to be. They wanted more current and more relatable news stories. So again, some of these news stories were more Scottish, more UK centric perhaps, and they wanted different influencers. So the influencers we had were all British. They were from different fields. So we had a beauty influencer, we had a travel influencer, we had a disability influencer. But again, this is the idea that the kids are telling us themselves that they want faces and people and voices that sound more relevant to their communities. So I think that's a really important thing, like to not just take an intervention and put it into a new place, but to really work with the learners to make sure that it's really what they wanted. And we couldn't have done this project without Christina's input in terms of knowing these young people and what they, her insights into their knowledge, into their language skills, into everything like that really helped us to be able to modify it. But again, the next phase would be brilliant if we were able to really work with young people from the beginning to help us to develop the materials as well. So while Project Real did have a positive impact, it was not as culturally relevant. It didn't have maybe the faces of, the people that look like them or sound like them. Maybe some of the examples we used were slightly different. They had slightly different interests or views to other learners in Scotland that we worked with. So I guess the take-home message here is that you can take an intervention and move it across contexts, but if you are able to authentically co-create, to take them through these stages together, or even to use something as a foundation and then build on it, I feel like that's where you get the real impact, is where people feel like they are the ones who are choosing it, they are growing it, they are creating it, and then it feels like something that they have ownership of, and that's where you get the real change. So this is our hopeful plan moving forward, to do a bit more of this coming this summer and moving forward as well. So in the next section, I want to talk a little bit more about ideas about co-creation. So what co-creation is a bit more, and how we run it. So some of you might have come across this before. This is it was really helpful for myself and my colleague Deb, who was speaking earlier, about how we think about ourselves. So when you imagine yourself, you can imagine yourself as a very independent person. So you see yourself and you are this bubble in the middle, and you are separate to all these other people. So your mother bubble and your father bubble might touch yours. A friend one might be close, or there might be a further away bubble, or co-worker might be here. But the idea is that you are your own self-contained person. You are separate to other people, and all these other people are around you. Whereas when we see ourselves as interdependent, we see ourselves as being connected and linked more strongly with all these other people. So you can see that the bubbles are overlapping. So the people around you become part of your identity, more so than you standing kind of alone in the center here. So the idea is that an independent self is me, I am myself, I am influencing others, but I am my own person. Whereas interdependent selves see ourselves as being more connected and linked to other people. And according to this theory, we have both. We can use both of these selves. So maybe at work, you're a very independent person. Yep, I know what I am. I do this, I do that. Whereas at home, we might be more interdependent. We might be interdependent with certain friends over other friends. There's cultural differences. There's differences in terms of gender and things like that. But these are kind of the two selves. And in order to authentically co-create, we really need to be interdependent. We need to be learners. We need to position ourselves in trying to understand the other and let them influence our own opinions. So yes, we have our ideas, but we need to let their ideas in order to really understand them and make change. So just to touch on this a little bit more, because this is something that's really shaped my thinking in this area. When we use our independent self, we value being heard. So we want people to listen to us. We want to influence them to believe what we believe. We want to be our own person. We want to be unique. We see other people in terms of comparing ourselves. We look at them and go, what's she doing? Am I better than her? Am I worse than her? So we're using other people to compare ourselves to. We're focusing on the things we need, the things we think, the things we feel, and our own achievements. And we're thinking about our own goals. We're choosing tasks that let us achieve our own goals. And so, of course, this is the sort of self, if you look at that, this is what's rewarded at work, right? You need to be heard, you need to be comparing to other people, you need to focus on yourself and your goals. This is quite often the sort of patterns we see in terms of reward and recognition in our workplaces. Whereas interdependent selves are more focused on relationships. So thinking about other people and fitting in and how we can behave in a way that's going to make sure that we fit into the community that we're in. We see other people not as competitors, but as helping us to define ourselves. We understand ourselves through the relationships we're in. We behave in a way that is conscious of the roles and relationships with other people. And our tasks tend to be to promote belonging. So we think about the things we can do to make ourselves belong more. And we think about the goals of others as well as ourselves. So you might see here, this is maybe the sort of thing you'd see more in a family environment, and maybe less so in a work environment. And so again, this might be of interest to those of you who are in academia and outside. Independent researchers in academia tend to focus on their own research, their own publications, their own acknowledgement. They see other people as competitors. They are competing with other people. They're focusing on their own research ideas, and they want to influence people to think the way they do. So they're focused on their own research ideas. Whereas interdependent researchers are focused more on co-created research, this idea of working with others. They're focusing on the expertise that is all around us, not just their own. They're looking at all these different kind of expertises and all these different types of knowledge that come to us in different ways. Interdependent researchers quite often see others as a resource. So you're not my competitor, you're someone I can really learn from here. You know, I can understand your lived experience. Myself is linked to you. Interdependent researchers focusing more on different perspectives. So, you know, another perspective isn't just, oh, better push that away, but it's like, okay, tell me more about that. They allow themselves to be influenced by others. And the idea is that they're integrating their own and each other's goals. And I went through that quite quickly, but the main thing to think about here is the independent researcher, independent person is focusing on themselves and their wants and their needs and their goals. The interdependent researcher is focusing on the needs and goals of others. And so this sort of interdependent approach is really, really important to really authentically co-create because it's relational. Co-creation is necessarily relational. Absolutely, it is 100% in the relationships that we find around us. So here's kind of some of the key principles which Deb and I developed around co-creation. And I'm just going to go through these one by one in the slides. So the first one here, I wanted to share this photo with you. These are some of the police officers who helped us out with the project I was talking about earlier. And in order for this project to work, we had to really think about, well, who do you need in the room? You know, we needed the young people, we needed the police. We needed young people who would feel comfortable talking to police officers. We needed to have people who had knowledge of cybercrime and cyber resilience. We needed to have academics with knowledge about interventions. We needed to think about gaps in the team. So was there anything that we didn't know? We had a couple of officers come in on specific days when we were talking about things. We'd be like, oh, hey, do you have anybody who could talk to the kids about this? It's also really important to think about, can you actually work with them? You know, like what sort of people are they? Are they the sort of people you can see yourself working with? Do you share an ethos or a way of working? Are you the sort of person who likes everything very controlled, or are you a bit more fluid? You know, what is your time frame? And what is your ethos? So, you know, if you're co-creating and you want to put the kids' voices first, but they don't, that might be quite a challenge. So it's important to think about memorandums of understanding exist between organisations, like between the University of Glasgow and Police Scotland, but the relationships between people are why projects succeed. So it's really important to think about those people who are going to be in front of you every day and how you're going to work with them. But that also does add to your challenges, because then, of course, people do move roles. So you do sometimes have a beautiful collaboration set up and then someone moves to a different organisation or something happens and you've got to start again. So really, I want to flag the most important thing is the relationships. Then thinking about objectives. So what are your priorities? What do you want from this project? As academics, we often want data. We want lots of beautifully, tightly controlled data with everybody doing the same thing as much as possible. But actually, when we're working with partner organisations, they may be like, well, we can't guarantee that all the kids are going to be here all the time. We certainly can't guarantee we're going to get parental consent for them all to participate, etc. So thinking about your priorities, what do you want to create? What do they want to create? And are they compatible? Do you agree about how you're going to work? How much of this is going to be the kids' voices? How much is going to be the academics? And do you agree on the time frame? So if you've ever done any work with the university, you know we are slow. We take a long, long time to get funding. We put together grant proposals. We don't hear for months. Then it comes in, and then suddenly we're doing it. So you know the time frame can be very different from a community group who are like, right, should we do that next week? Then I'll get you 20 kids. So thinking about those time frames can be really important as well. And then when I talked about relationships, it's important not just to think about the relationships between you and the partner, but also in this situation, we have relationships between us and the police backstage. So the ones who maybe weren't in all day, but the ones who were kind of involved in the background. And then we have the relationships with the kids and the relationships that are going this way as well. So you've got all these different kind of interconnected bits, and they all need to be working. So, you know, how are you going to make sure that the kids' voices are heard? How are we going to make sure they feel comfortable sharing? How are we going to make sure that, you know, that the police are able to make their, you know, to explain all the things they want in there and to make sure that all of the things we're saying are absolutely correct and current. And also making sure you acknowledge people. So you saw in our video, we did acknowledge all the kids who were involved in that. So making sure that we are acknowledging. And then thinking about trust, respect, and safety. And this is so important because when you think about what trust looks like for you and what respect looks like for you and what safety looks like for you, it might be completely different for other people. Even simple things like, how do you set up the room in a way that makes people feel comfortable? What do you wear? When I go into schools, I wear jeans and a t-shirt usually, because I want them to talk to me as like a human. I don't want to be removed from them. I tell them they can call me Yvonne, not Dr. Skipper. So thinking about that and actually talking to your partner organizations is so vital. So there's a kind of a story in the UK where a group of academic researchers were doing some work with some people in a working men's club. So these are kind of clubs, social clubs usually for working men, and they go in and socialize, and it's quite a relaxed environment. And they did this piece of work together. And when they were getting ready to have their initial meeting, the communication clearly hadn't been great. So the academics were like, oh, we're going to work in men's clubs, so we're going to dress down, we're going to be really casual, so we don't seem like we're, you know, going in and feeling superior. And the people from the club were like, we need to make sure we dress really smartly because this is really important to us and we really want, you know, to put our best foot forward. And so everybody turned up and they were dressed in like, not in the same way, not together, and they both felt disrespected from the dress that people were wearing. So even simple things like that. So talking to the community that you want to work with, talking to the organizations, you know, should I stand at the front? Should I have PowerPoint slides? Should I be sitting down? You know, what does trust look like? How am I going to make sure that people feel like I'm listening to them? You know, even things like how we use eye contact, how we use body language, all of these things can be very different when we're working in different communities. There's different norms. And authentic co-creation can only happen when people feel safe. So to give you an example of this, when we were working with the kids doing the comic, and we said to the kids, right, so let's say something goes wrong online. What do? Oh, I tell a trusted adult. Great, okay. Who's a trusted adult? My teacher. Okay, cool. So if something went wrong, you tell your teacher. Oh, no, never. Okay, right, why not? So it was only because they trusted us that they were able to say that. Otherwise, they gave us the pat phrase, yep, I tell my trusted adult. You know, they knew what they should say, and they would have just gone with that. And then we would have co-created something around when you talk to your teacher, here's some stuff to do. But actually, because they trusted us, because they felt safe in that room, in that space, they were able to tell us, no, that's not right. So it's really, really important to take time to build rapport. So to have the conversations, like in all our co-creation, we start very broadly. You are the experts. You know what it's like to be a young person online. You know how you want to learn, and you need to tell us, you know, what you think, honestly. So we take things in and we show them, and they're like, no, this is good. This is okay. The first time we showed the kids from the police, PSYV, the video, which we showed you earlier, they made me laugh because they said, oh, we thought it'd be a little bit rubbish, but it's quite good, actually. So that was a bit of really nice feedback we got from them. So thinking about building rapport, thinking about power dynamics. So even simple things like right now, if I was to pull out somebody from the audience to say, tell me what you think, it's quite a lot to be suddenly put on the spot. So how are you going to create space for contributions without pushing people? How are you going to deal with power differentials? If you've got teachers and kids in a room, that's a power differential, right? How are the kids going to feel that they are able to talk about things? You know, are you going to ask the teachers to take a step back, or how are you going to manage that? Even simple things like, where are you going to be? Are you going to be in the university? That can be a great thing. It's a great opportunity for people to come to a university setting, but it can be quite intimidating. And we know we've done projects in schools where parents don't want to come into school because they had terrible school lives themselves, so they absolutely do not want to come into school. And also thinking about what support there might be if things get tough. So some of these sessions, you know, we're not aiming to talk about particularly upsetting things, but it can happen. So how are you going to manage if somebody gets upset, or if somebody, you know, starts talking about something that is very sensitive in your session? So thinking about where you can find your tribe then. I think in networking, I hesitate to say social media, but LinkedIn is a place to find people, or networking events, just talking to people and passing out the word, you know, saying what you're interested in, and people can quite often link you up. Events, platforms, web searches on, you know, the topic that you're interested in, or even university web pages. If you're looking for an academic, you might be able to track someone down there. So what does this look like in practice then? So that's a little bit of theoretical. But when we went into to do Project Real with PSYV, we, as I said, the school liaison officers had used some of the Project Real materials, and it was one of the officers from Police Scotland, Andy Law, who got in touch with us and was like, we use these, we like them, but we'd like to do something a bit more policey, a bit more about legal issues. So they actually were directly contacting us in this situation. And we started off by having a chat, and we thought, yep, this would be a fun thing to do. And then we had to go find the money. This is the other problem where things do often fall down. But we were lucky enough to get some funding from the University of Glasgow Impact Acceleration Fund, which is a pot of money which is available to take research into practice. And Police Scotland provided in-kind kind of funding as well and support. We had to think about who we wanted to be part of it, when, where, what. And we ended up working with a group of young people in Glasgow because they were geographically close. That was easier for us to work with them. We would be happy to do online, but we thought, well, if we've got these people here already, let's do that. Which officers from Police Scotland are going to come and help us, etc. And so there was quite a lot of kind of backstage work to be done before we actually ended up having the kids come in. And then through that, we also started with the kids with an online session just to get to know them a little bit as well. So they had the opportunity to learn about it before they signed up. I'm sure some of you have seen this double diamond design, but for those of you who haven't, this is kind of the model that we used. And so on the left-hand side, you can see that the two phases are discover and define. And that's where you're trying to discover what the problem is. Like, what is the issue with social media and mental well-being? You know, do the kids even see there is an issue? We did misinformation, but whatever your thought is, do you think that social media is negatively impacting your young people's mental health? Okay, but you know, work with them to find out what it is. Is it certain websites? Is it certain content? What is going on? So understanding the problem and then defining that problem. So that is allowing you to design the right thing. So if we'd gone in thinking, right, the main problem online is cyberbullying in that first project, we would have been wrong because that wasn't what the kids were talking about, right? So it was really important to take the time to do this, not to just assume because you've read something or because you feel that something is the case, or even as academics that you've read some research. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the case for the people that you're working with. So on the left-hand side, you're designing the right thing. And then on the right-hand side, you're designing the thing right. So this is where you're actually creating your intervention or your solution. So you're designing it again with the young people and delivering it to them in a way that is going to make sure that it is effective. So how are you going to reach scale? Are you going to, you know, are you going to deliver these? Are you going to go use videos? Like, how are you going to make sure you're being consistent? And this is so important, right? You've got to design the right thing, and then you've got to design it right. So even if we had nailed that it was misinformation, it was the problem, but then we'd gone and done hadn't done a good job with the second section, then we wouldn't have created a good intervention. And then we also need to think about the co-creation. So, you know, you can have, you know, when you're trying to make sure that the young people's voices are heard, that's really, really vital. And, you know, sometimes they will tell you things and that's their experience and that's absolutely valid. You've got to think about how you ensure that there is the co-creation. And so, for example, I talked a little bit about the trusted adult story earlier, but for example, with the comics, we talked about with the kids, and one of the drafts, the original draft of the comic, they had a kind of sub storyline where one of the kids ended up going off to Australia. And it was quite a funny storyline, but it was definitely not the sort of storyline that you'd want to be going out to kids to teach them about staying safe online. So again, you know, there I think we maybe lent too much towards the kids' voices and didn't bring in more of the kind of the research and the adult side of things. So it's really balancing, making sure the kids' voices and experiences are there, but also that there's a good chance of this working with the practical and with the stories we want to get across. And as I said, we really wanted to get to know the kids. So we gave them an online workshop before we met, and that gave them the opportunity to join in a really safe way. They were at home, they could just log in, they got to know us, we explained the project. And we also played, I'm sure you've played this game, Two Truths and a Lie. So you tell 2 true stories and 1 lie, and everybody else has got to guess which one's which. And that's a really fun way as an icebreaker, but also it's quite a good one for Project Real, because we're talking about people like not telling the truth online. Then we spent the first workshop doing some stuff on, again, icebreakers, getting to know each other, what the kids were thinking about, their online experiences and their knowledge. And we asked them basically, what do young people worry about online? Who else do we need to be involved in our co-creation? So was there anybody that we needed, any expertise from the police, anyone from cyber harms or anything like that? So who do we need to be in this room with us? And then we asked them, how do young people like to learn? So what did they want to do? And that was where they came up with the idea that they wanted games, they wanted lots of discussion, they wanted lots of interactivity. And the kids spent basically their time in groups writing their thoughts, and we as adults were walking around and engaging with them, but we weren't guiding discussions. We very much left it to our young people. Then in the second workshop, we moved into that design and ideation. So we wanted to, we worked with them to decide what the aims and the outcomes were from each one. And we developed the ideas for the interactive activities. So the idea of the password guessing game. Okay, so what pictures would you want on there? Oh, we want a picture of her dog. Okay, because it might be to do with the dog's name. Great, okay. So we worked with them to create this. And the sessions. So what would you like to see in these videos? What content would you like? And then each one of the groups took one of the sessions and they workshopped that and came up with some ideas as well. And again, they worked on mind maps, flip chart paper, and presented their ideas with the group. And again, we as the adults were moving between the groups. We also didn't just stick with one, we were moving so that there was lots of interaction. And then in the last session, we were prototyping. So we had the 3 sessions, which the kids created the previous week, and we brought them in and gave them to a different group. So if you created the initial Real Me, you wouldn't work on this one. You worked with the Real Connection, for example. So we had lots of brains on the different ones. So it didn't become just the views of the 5-6 kids that were in this group. So again, we were moving around regularly. And they basically reviewed what we had so far and developed a full session outline. So all of them have a starter, a main, and a concluding activity. And we helped to do the PowerPoints. And all the kids then presented their outlines to the group. And then we had a bonus session because they wanted to do this parent video, which hadn't actually been the plan in the original, but the kids wanted to do it. So we added this in. And this was lovely, as I showed it to you earlier. The kids created that very much. That was their own idea. That was they wanted it. They came up with the question. They helped us design the script. We recorded their voices. So that's the voices of the kids you hear. But of course, something like this, we had to think about budgets because we hadn't intended to do this. So we were actually very lucky that some of the videographers at the University of Glasgow, Ian and Abby, thank you, helped us out with this, and we were able to utilize some art we had from the comic as well. So it's really important when creating these sorts of things not to get too excited about all these massive things, because we were lucky in this situation that we were able to bring these things together. So thinking about what is actually going to be feasible and possible in your project. So then we had the kids come up to the University of Glasgow, which was really nice. So all of these events had taken place in the police council offices because it was easy for the kids to get to. But the kids really wanted to come and see the university, and it was our pleasure to host them and give them the opportunity to come and visit. So they came up, we did a little campus tour around the main buildings. We had some students come in and speak to them, which was lovely. And we also showed them the materials that we developed so far, and they gave us feedback, which we're currently just adding into the final iteration of the intervention. So you can see here, this was a long process, and it was very much led by the young people because we wanted it to be about them. We didn't want to tell them these are the problems you experience online. And this is why I really wanted to show you kind of how we did this and how we made sure that the kids' voices were front and center. And we did some focus groups with the kids just to ask them their views of how the project had gone. And most of them said they actually really liked the group work because they worked in small groups and they worked with us. So I really liked getting my opinions out there and listening to other people's opinions. I like to actually collaborate with other people and putting our ideas out there because we were able to, like when 2 opinions clash, we were able to like discuss it more and come to a solution that was the best, way of going about things. And when we're creating ideas for you guys. So they really, like you can see here, they like creating ideas for you guys. They felt like, this was something that they were doing as a team. They felt listened to, which was so important to us. So we're really glad to see it. I kind of like seeing people, like, I guess, specialize in stuff like this, because it's interesting, you know, more that you guys are helping us and we're also helping you. You always took our ideas into consideration, like all the time. You got to write it down on a big thing, and then you took the mean, and it was like obviously expressed on the presentation. So I think the kids here are showing that they did feel like their views were listened to. This is authentically the kids, and I think you can see that in the materials as well. And they said it changed their views, so it made me like think twice about it as well, because I've like learned more about doing this, and to, like, you see a lot of likes here, right? Actually see, or maybe I shouldn't actually have that on my profile because people could figure things out and things. So it made me rethink social media. So quite often when we co-create, we focus on the materials and the things we create at the end, but actually through that process of working with those young people, we are creating change for that group of people as well, because they are working with police and with experts and understanding. And I think it really shapes the views of these young people, and then it allows us to shape the intervention in a way that is really compelling and exciting to move forward. So at the moment, we're now testing the effectiveness of this work. So this is why the materials aren't available yet, because we certainly don't want to share materials that aren't effective. So to give you like an example, there was an intervention about bullying once, where the kids watched a play about bullying, and then they measured whether it increased or reduced bullying. Obviously, the aim was to reduce bullying behaviours, and actually they found that taking part in this intervention increased bullying behaviours. And it was because the main character, who was a bully, was so compelling that actually she was really cool, and the kids were like, yep, that sounds good, and actually increased bullying behaviour. So we absolutely do not want materials going out into the world which are going to make anything worse for our young people. So at the moment, we are just in the process of working with some other PSYV groups across Scotland to test these materials. We're going to test them with questionnaires and with learners and tutors, and we will disseminate these on our website when they're ready to go. So in terms of the lessons learned then, I really, really want to focus again on relationships. Like, they are the thing which makes these projects real. You know, that trust and that safety and that connection between the partner organizations, but also with the youth. They are so important for us to create really good interventions. The importance of being flexible as well. So I had an idea about what I thought these things would look like, and they didn't look like that, and being flexible and being like, okay, well, that's fine, that's what you want. So really, like, being interdependent, letting those ideas come in for you. Thinking about the co-creation. So, you know, the expertise of the kids and the knowledge of the adults and the experts in the different fields as well, and how you bring all of those together is really, really vital. Time is the other problem. Of course, we all have limited time. We're trying to do these projects quite often on a shoestring. And also thinking about the money for the project, so what is possible. So the kids, I think, would have loved, let's say, you know, to design a full-on video game type thing, which is obviously not possible for us with our budget and with the time frame that we had available. So thinking again about, you know, what is possible, and making that really clear to the people that you're working with, so that they understand and they don't feel betrayed at the end when they wanted to do something and it's just not possible. So again, making them part of that conversation. And I'm going to say it again, relationships, you know, just that sort of trusting, that safe space, the ability to say, hang on, the kids aren't going to go for that. Or, you know, the kids are getting bored. We need to make sure we have a break here. We need to do this. We need to do that. So making sure that those relationships really are at the forefront of your understanding and your thinking about the problem. And then this is my kind of last slide, which I wanted to, to draw on, where some of you might be familiar with this. You might have seen the work from Bronfenbrenner. But when we're looking at interventions, we really need to think about the child not on their own. The child is situated in all these different spheres, and all of these different spheres are impacting that child and their knowledge and their understanding. So we have the child here in the middle, and then we have the people that they interact with every day. So the parents and the family. So that might be siblings. You know, the siblings might be telling them, oh, you should watch this or you should do this. The peers, what is normal? Do I need to like your post within 30 seconds of it being up, or you're going to phone me up and have a go at me like we were talking about earlier? So the peers are creating that. The school, what does the school say? Am I allowed my phone in class? Am I not? Do we have clear guidelines as to what is okay to say and what isn't? The clubs I maybe go to, am I in dance or am I in sport, or all these things? So that all of these things are interacting with that child every day, and they're creating a kind of understanding for that child about, well, what is normal online? How does these things pan out? How does cyberbullying happen? How do I spot misinformation? You know, these people are shaping that every day. Then we've got the broader circles, so the extended family. Maybe I don't see Gran every day, but I speak to her sometimes, or my neighbours, the school board, the mass media. How are they showing, you know, the different things that are normal or abnormal? You know, who's in the media? Who's Andrew Tate? Is that seen as, you know, normal? What are people looking at? Social services and other agencies. All of these things again around the kid are shaping the family and the peers, and then the child again. And then on the big picture, we've got this idea of the attitudes and ideologies of the culture. So, you know, what is normal in the States might be slightly different to the UK. The legislation, you know, our new Online Safety Act, all of these things are acting, and it's not direct maybe, but through all these different circles, it's coming into that child. And so one of the key things in Project Real we're looking at is to think about these young people in the middle, but thinking about all these different organizations can work together. So education and the police and all these other things to come together to create something that really does create change, because it's not just knocking on the door here, but it's trying to look at these big picture and these big shapes around our young people to create spaces for these positive developments. So that was the kind of key thing to leave you with, is to think about how you might be able to engage at these different levels in terms of creating things that are going to create a real world change. So in that spirit of you know, reflecting on organizations and relationships and things, I'd like to say thank you to the main Project Real team. So Joe Reddington, who does a lot of the technology, he's created all our beautiful profiles, which I showed you. Dan Jolly, who's an expert in conspiracy theories. This is Hannah, who's been the RA on the Police Scotland project and really been helpful with a lot of our co-creation. Also, many thanks to all our young people here, all the teachers and various adults who've helped us out. And then, of course, everybody at the Melissa Institute and Al Penny and Scott Hunter, who will be joining us in the panel to talk about how this works in practice in the next session. So genuine thank you so much to all of you for helping us to make that a reality.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yvonne. And again, for your creativity, for your resolve, for your guidance in this process. And we'll remember your visit and the moment in which you kind of like push us in this direction when we have our programs running everywhere. Now we move to our third and final panel, and building a collective movement for social media safety and mental health. The panel is going to be moderated again by our scientific board member, Debra Pepler. And we have special guest, Scott Hunter, from Education Officer for Cyber Resilience and Internet Safety at Education Scotland, and leader in the Cyber First program, Alasdair. Am I pronouncing that correct? Alasdair.
That's fine, right?
Penny.
I've been called worse.
Thank you. And cybercrime harm prevention lead at Police Scotland and contributor to the Police Cyber Arm program. Of course, Yvonne, and I'll be hanging around here in case I get stricken by some wisdom to share with you. And so let's start with you, Debra. Tell us, take us where we need to go.
Great. I want to just take a minute before I turn it over to Alasdair and Scott to just thank Yvonne. Like, you're an exceptional researcher, truly exceptional. You're innovative. And what's so spectacular about you is you think so deeply about how to take research to the ground and how to engage communities, how to be embedded in the process. And you know, every time I speak with you, you have a new idea, and that idea just starts to flourish. And all of us benefit from that because you really demonstrate the relationality that's required in this type of co-creative research, and the flexibility and the recognition of that interdependence, and the fact that those of us who sit in the academy aren't the experts in the processes, the people on the ground, the youth themselves, those working with the youth. No, they have the answers and we need to be listeners. I like that hand that said listen. So it was just a joy to listen to you. And I thank you so much for the work you're doing in conjunction with the Melissa Institute. But so at this point, I'd really like to turn it over to Al and Scott, and nice to meet you in person rather than just on email, and ask if you would just introduce yourself and speak a little bit about the roles that you play in the positions that you hold. So you can decide who goes first. I don't know.
Go on, Scott.
Right, I'll go first. Thanks for inviting me along to have this discussion. My role within Education Scotland is to support cyber resilience and internet safety education. We are very lucky in Scotland that it is part of the curriculum, so teachers should be teaching it. Sorry, I should introduce that Education Scotland is a national improvement agency for education in Scotland. So my role is to support teachers deliver the curriculum. We have tried very hard to simplify the message around cyber resilience and internet safety. And it's good to see some of the themes coming across that today and the talks from this morning all the way through this afternoon. And we've sort of simplified it into 3 things that young people do on social media is consume, create and communicate. So each area has a different risk. And we've simplified that message to the teachers, and we're starting to get a wee bit more engagement for that as well, and the different age ranges around about that. We are having a focus on the cyber security aspect of it, about setting up your devices and your account properly to help reduce the chance of you experiencing any harms online. So we do that by focusing on how to set up your iPhone, your Google phone, any other mobile phone device or mobile device to make sure that the safety settings are set on. For example, in iPhones, you can reduce the chance of you receiving inappropriate images by using the community safety part on your handset. So you can do that, and it reduces the chance of young people seeing content that they're not ready to see. Also, we've looked about and spoke about today, as you can see, kids don't feel as if they have control of their online accounts. So we're trying to enable them to take control back. So we've talked about the AI, about how do we reset the AI if we've seen a lot of content that we don't want to see. So how do we reset that AI so we're not seeing that? So what do we have to like another video to enable it to come back into the centre rather than going away and being in a filter bubble? It's been quite negative for young people. So we've been looking at that to see if that has an impact. It's very early days. So, and there's very limited research on to see if the sort of device and account taking control of that lessens impact. It's just as I say, a way we are looking at it to teach it, simplify it, to make it less sort of daunting for teachers to tackle, because some of the issues that we've mentioned today are quite emotive for teachers and for parents and for pupils. So we'll try to remove that emotion by asking questions. Do you know how to set up the account? Do you know how to set up the device? And that seems to be working well for us. And you've seen that through the comics is another way to make it less daunting for young people to engage with online safety, internet safety or cyber resilience. And the primary focus is set up your device and your account to reduce your chance of experiencing the harms. And if you do, then we help you become more resilient and get back online. So how do you reset your account to make sure it doesn't happen again? So we've had that sort of focus in Scottish education and it seems to be working so far, but it's very early days and I've not found any research, and Yvonne might be able to correct me, to see the impact between setting your device and your account up if it reduces the harm. It's just, we think it's a way to simplify and it could reduce the harm. That's my caveat. I'll pass on to Alasdair before I hog all the time. Sorry, Alasdair.
It's all right. Thanks, Scott. Hi, everyone. I'm Alasdair Penny. I'm in charge of Police Scotland's Cybercrime Harm Prevention team. As Scott said, listen, many thanks for inviting me along to be part of the panel. As I look out the window in Scotland, the sun's shining, but make no mistake, I'd much prefer to be in Miami with you lot. The sun will most definitely be better. Maybe next year. My team looks to continually develop practices and policies in relation to cybercrime prevention and protection, working with partners such as Scott and Yvonne and many others to kind of raise awareness of online harms. From our perspective, the internet can be wonderful. For children and young people, it's used to research school papers, communicate with teachers and other kids, and play interactive games. But online access also comes with risks like scams and grooming and extortion, a lot of which starts on social media platforms. We wouldn't let our young children kind of wander the streets alone because of the threat of physical danger, but we're almost inadvertently turning a blind eye to the threat of the online world by letting our children explore the internet, often unsupervised and unprotected. And social media is everywhere. And we wouldn't take our 8-year-olds to see a 15 rating or an 18 rating at the cinema, but by signing them up to social media accounts, often lying about the age to set up that account, we're giving them that access to what can be totally inappropriate content for that age. And the online world is where so much of childhood is spent, and it's not designed with children's safety and their best interests in mind. So my team keep pushing the message along with partners that we need to continue to talk to our children and young people about what they're seeing online, and everybody has a role in this. It has to be the whole systems approach, from the police raising awareness to the risks and the crimes, education doing likewise, when they're introducing children to tablets and the internet potentially for the first time, to tech companies doing more in terms of algorithms and safety content, and finally parents and carers whose role it is to actually look after the child. And children take risks. It's human nature. We've all pushed boundaries when we were younger, and that's what children do. They're doing nothing wrong by doing that. But that's why it's so important to raise awareness of online safety and empowering our children and young people to recognise potential risks and report them, because they could literally be sitting on the sofa opposite you and putting themselves in harm's way whilst they're on the mobile phone, and the parents' carers would be none the wiser. And in terms of cybercrime in Scotland and what we're seeing, extortion is probably one of the biggest cybercrime issues in terms of reported criminality to the Scottish children and young people, being approximately about 10% of all recorded cybercrime in Scotland. So from my perspective, social media probably has two sides. On one hand, we can use it to educate people about online risks and share advice about staying safe. But on the other hand, social media is also used by criminals to commit cybercrime. So because of this, I spoke Police Scotland try and emphasise that social media can support crime prevention, but there needs to be the clear rules, user education and careful monitoring to keep people safe. And just for a wrap up, that in Scotland and the wider UK, there's now legislation in place, the Online Safety Act, which came into law in 2023, and that aims to kind of make the internet safer, especially for children, by holding the tech companies accountable to removing harmful content. Now, that isn't fully in place, but it will be by next year. And that ensures that social media platforms, messaging services, search engines must remove that illegal content quickly or face being fined. And so that's it for me. I'm really glad to be here, and looking forward to hearing the thoughts of other panelists and audience members.
Thank you so much, Alasdair and Scott. You know, this illustrates Yvonne's last slide, where she showed the child being embedded in so many systems. And the way both of you have talked illustrates that, in the sense that the school system is working with, you know, the youth and parents and teachers, and you, Alasdair, from the police perspective, are also working. So not only is it sort of the parents and the youth trying to figure this out with the help of Yvonne and others, but the systems are starting to coordinate to the point where you have legislation that's upholding these important safety structures and regulations, which we were talking about earlier with Sherry Hamby. And I do think those levels of regulation need to be in place. And, you know, it's interesting that the young people, Yvonne, this morning you talked about the young people thinking government should just take care of this. And so that the UK government seemed to be doing that. And I think that's laudable, and we can all follow that, hopefully. There's so many things that we can talk about, but let me just raise a couple of issues. And we heard it this morning as well, in that social media isn't all bad. It can actually be good. But it also enables so much of the problematic behavior that young people engage in part perhaps because of the attention that's available through social media. And I wondered if you'd talk a little bit more maybe about cyberbullying or sextortion or other things, and if we have time, I wouldn't mind pushing that to think about sexting, which is young people, sharing intimate thoughts, sharing some intimate images with someone they're courting and somebody that they're with. And it's for those of us who are older, it's a very, very different thing. So, some of these things are in a gray area for us. Some of the things are white. Some of the things, are clearly shaded. So I'm going to just open it up and let you talk about that.
We sort of ran a project a couple of years ago about technology-assisted harmful sexual behaviour in schools, because we were finding that a lot of the teachers were blaming the technology, and that, as you rightly said, that enables the behaviour. So we looked at how we could categorise that technology-assisted harmful sexual behaviour, again having a focus on the device, but then addressing the behaviour as well and categorising that. And we found that a lot of schools struggled to identify the problematic and abusive behaviour. So again, we worked with another partner agency called Stop It Now to put together an education programme that enabled teachers to identify the problematic and abusive behaviour from normal behaviour, which is normal behaviour for a 15-year-old boy in a relationship with a partner, but it's normal behaviour for that, or it's normal behaviour for a female being in that relationship as well. And again, because it's very emotive, the subject is quite difficult, and everybody's got their own values and opinions, and that was a difficult thing we found around about that. Was obviously a lot of time the teachers' values come into play, where rather than sort of removing that emotion and trying to categorise the behaviour and dealing with it. But that's normal behaviour for two 16-year-olds to have been in a relationship together, or that's abusive behaviour. We're trying to remove that sort of values, because we've noticed that the teachers' values was having a huge impact on how they dealt with the situation, and then they were struggling to figure out where the legal aspect was. Was it a grey area, because in Scotland it's the age of consent for sex is 16, but if you transmit an image to 17-year-olds across a digital platform, that's classed as illegal because they're under 18. So again, that's where raising that profile, and I can talk about that a wee bit more detailed than myself, but there was this misconception with teachers because they were over the age of 16 that was fine because they're over the age of consent to have intercourse. And again, we've done a bit of work around that, and again, that was through with a charity called Stop It Now and the Lucy Faith Foundation over here, and we found that was having a wee bit more impact. And the Lucy Faith Foundation done a bit of research, and they ran a project called Rosa in Glasgow, and it sort of identified that the most people that were going referred to them were neurodiverse males. So again, it wasn't an issue for the sort of general population of school-age children. There was a high chance that there'd be neurodivergent young people getting involved in this type of behaviour. And so there was some research done on that by the Lucy Faith Foundation that I can pass on to you. I think that'd be useful. But that's what we sort of went within education as well, to look at move that emotion, as you correctly say, as an enabler, and identify the type of behaviour. And we used a thing called the Hackett continuum to identify the problematic behaviour and allow them to see what was normal all the way up to abusive. And we gave sort of clear guidance. If it's abusive, then speak to your campus officer. So that was some of the things that we've done within education so far to help address that, because it was one of the things that we had noticed was coming through as well. So I'll pass on to you, Alasdair.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, sextortion, it's a really interesting one, Debra, as you said, because people of a certain generation just wouldn't think, it wouldn't even cross their mind to do it. But the children and young people now, there's a distinct lack of differentiation between online and offline worlds. And it's really difficult. The children and young people aren't doing anything wrong just because we think it's wrong. They're not, because they believe they are consensually sending images to somebody. Where the risk is, certainly in Scotland, and from looking at the research abroad, it's similar. That the vast majority of sextortion we're seeing are where children and young people are sending intimate images to people they do not know and have never met. They're not sending it to a classmate or a boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, whatever it is. That happens, and yes, there can still be victims of sextortion, but the vast majority of them are to total strangers they've not met, but they've got that connection because somebody has sent them a message, and that profile pic of the perpetrator just happens to be an attractive male, female, and within minutes the psychology hits, and they send intimate images within minutes. But I have to emphasise, this doesn't just happen for children and young people. We see 80-year-olds that are also victims of sextortion, so that it's across the field. The majority of victims do tend to be younger. So it's about, again, from the Police Scotland point of view, it's that no blame, no shame. And where we have it, and we have tragic consequences that we've seen in Scotland, and likewise, no doubt, in America as well. It's about that education piece and raising awareness. As I said right at the beginning, we all take risks. We'll have done that when we were younger, maybe seeing people possibly we shouldn't have been, maybe drinking alcohol when we shouldn't have been, going further afield than we should have done. And this is just what our parents faced, but on steroids, all the various risks in the online world. Because I'm sure when I grew up, there was only 3 channels on TV, no internet, that was it. And my parents had to go at me, I'm watching too much TV. But now everything is amplified because it's literally a handheld device. So it's fascinating, and we're seeing crime cyberbullying as well. It's crimes that are traditional crimes, but are now being taken into the online world, and there's almost no escape for especially for children and young people. They can leave school if they're having a hard time at the end of the day, but yet their phone will be buzzing and whatever social media platforms or messages, and there's no real escape. So it's a real challenge, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Thank you both for your examples and illustrations of what's being done. I think that one of the challenges is that something that's sent online can be multiplied so many times over. And in Canada, we've had that problem. I've been on a couple of inquiries, one into the death of Rehtaeh Parsons, who was involved in a sex crime that was videotaped and shared around her school, and she just became totally destabilized. Another at a school here in Toronto where there was a group of boys who assaulted a boy, and again it was videotaped and shared. And I think it's that sharing that creates so much shame in the person who's on the receiving end of it. And you just have no idea where the images go, and that reverberates and destabilizes young people to such an extent. So it is.
Yeah, there's certain projects over here that can help young people remove that content. So I'm not sure if it's worldwide, but there is. So we can encourage young people to take positive action. So if the video has been shared of them, so it's trying to get them to report it to the platform, and then the Internet Watch Foundation can get that removed for them if they report it to the Internet Watch Foundation. But unfortunately, it tends to lie, the responsibility lies with the young person, and they might not be in that frame of mind to deal with it. So it's just trying to highlight with us in education, their friends, or their peers, that you can deal with this. So if somebody is feeling that or reaches out to you, you can give them a strategy to help them and become a wee bit more resilient. And that's what we're trying to do around about that area, is have them have the confidence to speak to somebody, one of their peers, and ensure their peers have that information where they can go. As not the best, but something's better than nothing, I would probably say, in this situation, to try and get it down as quickly as possible.
I really appreciate you raising that, Scott, because our research on bullying shows that peers play a huge influence on face-to-face bullying, but they do as well in cyberbullying. And Mitch mentioned that this morning, that the bystanders have a role. They're affected by it, but they also have a role in reporting. In the two instances that I was talking about, it was bystanders who finally came forward. The youth.
Yeah, and certainly a lot of the research has shown that young people, and it's human nature, will go to their friends before their parents or their teacher. So it's ensuring that they have the appropriate information to be able to give them the appropriate advice. And that's just from my experience of working at schools. They tend to go to their peer first, or their friend, who then will come with them to a teacher or come with them to a parent to give them that moral support. And the important thing around about the cyberbullying, and our cyberbullying guidance has just been updated by Scottish Government, I think last year. So it's just been updated, and it'll include cyberbullying in there as a form of bullying. But the thing is, the cyberbullying, they've been left out. So if you're not in a group, so it's encouraging the bystanders say, oh, but Scott's not in that group, can we get him in? This is a group for the whole class, but we've left 2 or 3 people out. And we're seeing that as becoming more that sort of passive aggressive. We're not included. This is a group just for us, it's not for them. And seeing a wee bit more of that coming through just from informal chats with kids and things like that, where we're assuming it's the traditional bullying, calling names and making a rude comment towards our picture, and they're saying, no, but we're getting excluded from WhatsApp groups, we're getting excluded from Instagram. I don't have Snapchat, who do I have snap streaks with? So how many snap streaks they have. So it's that inclusion has come to the forefront a wee bit from my experience, whereas we tend to focus on name calling and getting inappropriate comments removed, and then it's that isolation's coming to the forefront a wee bit more, which then I feel makes them a wee bit more vulnerable, because then they'll go somewhere else looking for friendship that they're not getting within school, and that makes them a wee bit more vulnerable to some harm happening to them. But it's about identifying that, and I don't think schools are quite there yet. We're still in that traditional method of bullying, name calling, teasing, maybe being assaulted or tripped, whereas it's now sort of evolved a wee bit to that exclusion.
And it's interesting because young people report that that type of exclusion, which is called relational or social bullying, is more hurtful to them than physical bullying. The bruises can heal. Those things persist in your, in your memory, in your thoughts, in your worries. So,
they can have a real physical impact on young people through anxiety and not engaging and stepping back, and things like not eating. So again, that whole aspect of the bullying doesn't tend to come to the fore till later on, whereas somebody can see a bruise, if somebody can see if you're limping, so they don't see that, and sometimes that's need a lot more support and specialist support to recover. So I would say, and I think that's a bit of a gap with the limited budgets for all education systems across the country, is that recovery and getting them back to where they were before the incident happened.
Yeah, Alasdair, did you want to jump in on that, or because I had another question that we can.
No, it's just that. I mean, that's a joy. I don't say the joys of bullying, but when we were younger, if you didn't have the coolest shoes or the best brands, you got bullied. And likewise now, if you don't have the latest iPhone or whatever phone and all the apps as well, you're excluded, just as Scott said, and it's a real difficult choice for parents, because they don't want their children to be excluded, but likewise, safety has got to be paramount, and there's a reason why most social media apps have a minimum age Which 30, and listen, there's plenty of research that says it should be higher, but we'll talk 13 for the time being. So it's extremely difficult for parents and carers to decide what's best for the children, risk being excluded or risk not having risk not having a good understanding of what they're looking at on social media platforms, because a lot of parents don't understand it, because the children are more tech savvy than us.
That's a good lead into the next question, because I can feel the tension that's occurred throughout the day that, young people are the experts in this. Young people are the ones who know what's happening. Young people know who's being harmed. And young people can be bystanders and can intervene. But that we're putting all the weight into responsibility, all the responsibility on the shoulders of young people, when it's really those of us who are adults and responsible for their well-being and their safety who have a really important role. And I wondered if you could talk about that, the balance of responsibility that we as adults, as parents, as teachers, as community leaders have, versus the responsibility that the youth have themselves.
And I think it's what we've talked about with Yvonne's sessions there, the co-creation. I mean, we're certainly introduced the term safer virtual community, which is a community setting. It's not just about the young person's responsibility. So if the adults are on the platform, the teachers are pointing them to specific platforms for education purposes, whether it be Zoom or Teams, they're behaving appropriately on the platforms and sort of mirroring in that behaviour and reinforcing that. Because what we tend to see is some teachers or adults saying, you can't do that. And as we talked at the beginning, then they're scrolling or they're doom scrolling at night in front of the kid. You're not allowed to doom scroll, but I can, and keep going. So it's about trying to give them the confidence to model that behaviour, that the expectations they have of their young people, they're sort of modelling that behaviour as well. And that helps, I would say, lift the responsibility or the weight off the young people. My mum, my dad, my brother, my sister's behaving this way, so that's appropriate way. The same way we do in the community. If you're walking about and somebody does something inappropriate or drops litter, 9 times out of 10, somebody will say, could you pick that up and put it away, especially on the school playground, but we don't tend to do that on the social media platforms. So, and I think that's just through lack of confidence. A lot of people say it's lack of knowledge, but I just don't think they're confident. When you speak out in a setting like a school playground, nobody's going to say anything to you. But if you speak out in a social media platform that's open to the world, then somebody's going to come back at you for a reason why, and be very passionate about that. And you can open yourself up to a lot more negative comments than positive comments. So I think there is that wee bit of apprehension around the adults to take that on, because then they'll get a lot of abuse and they'll quite know how to deal with that. And again, that's where we try and advise people to monitor who's on their account constantly, and again have the confidence to remove people or mute people when you're looking at your account, because most social media platforms have controls where you can take control of that platform, but they're not on by default. And replicating that when you're talking to a young person, but going on to Instagram or Snapchat, this is what I do, this is how I behave, these are the settings I have, and saying every so often, have you checked your settings, have you checked your followers, to ensure you're not being followed by a bot or somebody else. And we try and do that to lift that whole responsibility away from the young person, because we do have this tendency to go, they're the experts, over to you, you teach me, and that just adds more responsibility onto them. And that's where Yvonne's point about co-creation, it's about supporting them to make that decision as well as you as the expert. I'm an expert in education, I know the best pedagogy to teach young people. Young person might know the content and how to filter on a specific platform, so it's getting together and that, having that co-creation. Whereas we tend to take the easy route, and not all teachers, but some teachers go, over to you, Alasdair, you're the expert in this, go. And it's not sustainable. And then the setbacks, is that co-creation is very important, and you can see the success Yvonne's had with it, but it is very difficult to do do well. And I agree with Yvonne, what she said before about the relationships are extremely important to do that co-creation.
Great, thank you so much. I see that Don Meichenbaum has joined us. Don has been the scientific lead in the Melissa Institute and a mentor for me since 1977. So Don, I wondered if you wanted to say something.
Well, all I wanted to do was to highlight for our audience the degree to which the Melissa Institute in general has used social media and the internet as a behavior change agent. So, for example, in the following up of police brutality, for instance, the Melissa Institute has developed a bystander intervention program on anger control for policemen. In the following up of the Parkland shooting, the Melissa Institute has developed an entire program for educators on how to make schools safer. Ron Slaby, a member of our Melissa Institute board, has developed across the country a variety of programs in schools to reduce violence. I encourage the participants in this terrific conference to visit the Melissa Institute to download those things. And one last item I might have you think about is I have been finishing a paper now on the future of psychotherapy in the world of artificial intelligence. And we have no idea of how potential this has as an avenue of individual forms of therapy for high-risk adolescents and adults. You could let your imagination go to think about if each of you had your own private therapist that you could access at any given time on a given particular time. So at the personal level, I should also note that I have published a book called Roadmap to Resilience, which is designed for people who have been traumatized. And in fact, 1 month ago, I presented to the mental health community of Ukraine on the bolstering of resilience. So the notion that you could use the internet in these positive ways sort of counteracts the variety of interventions that might be used. In fact, the Roadmap to Resilience book has now been downloaded by 53,000 people in 140 countries. So while we have highlighted today the potential dangers of social media, I really would like us to sort of think as mental health community and how we can use the media of the internet and social media in a therapeutic way. It's just sort of balances out what's being conveyed in terms of exploitation of youth and the like. Think about how you could use this in a therapeutic manner as well.
I think part of the limitation on that is that it's a failure of imagination. It's like our generation, and I was talking about mine, not your generation, my generation, and it's we are fairly illiterate when it comes to this issue of social media, online communications. We know just enough to maybe know that it's happening, but not really enough to talk in depth about it. So in order to go there and use it for good, in order to really be to make it a part of the cultural conversation that is productive, and then we need to be a lot more sophisticated users and knowers of those systems, and more literate about it. and which was alluded to before in terms of the gap between the youth and the parents in here, because the kids are, in this case, the kids are more like an adult parent, and the parents are like a 3-year-old when it comes to understanding how these systems work. So it's something that we need to address. I think even before then, we can ask people to go in there. Not before, but as we ask people to make better use of this system for good, I think we also need to give them the tools to master the understanding of the system, how it works, and in relationship to your partnership. It made me think about where you wanted it to go. Now you got something going. It's organic. It's growing. You have different members of the community, the education, the police, the university, the youth. I didn't see that you have parents, right? You don't have a group of parents necessarily.
Not yet.
Not yet, right? So, or the religious organizations, which I imagine may be good, important in your community too, as they are here in Miami. So it seems to me that it's exciting to see evolve in that way, because they may have a lot to contribute to that culture too. And as Debra suggested before, it is a collective kind of like effort. It is, we all need to work together on this. And I think everybody has a role to play if they're educated on how to do it.
Yeah, thanks, Don and Etienne. I'm going to turn it back to Alasdair and ask, your thoughts on balancing the responsibility that we seem to be putting on youth because they're the experts, and that which we as adults can pick up.
So Scott and Yvonne, it's collaboration that it needs to be. I don't like the term parental settings. Now that's industry wide, so it's not going to change. But if I was 14, I would not want to be controlled by a parent. So it's probably just the psychology of it, or well-being setting. I'm sure there could be a different digital setting, whatever it could be. So I think, and as Scott kind of alluded to, there's digital literacy is an issue in a lot of parents and carers, and I struggle with that in terms of this is your children, your young person's safety we're talking about. So to say, I don't know how to go into my settings and look at change the privacy or the location, that I struggle with that somewhat, because we're talking about children's safety. You teach them don't speak to strangers in the street. You teach them to cross the road, to look both ways before they cross the road. But we're not teaching how we're spending £1,000 on a mobile phone and handing it over without any discussion about it, how to use it for good and for bad, or how to look out for different things. So there is a tension, and I make it sound like this is easy. It's absolutely not, because anyone who has children knows that speaking to children and getting information out of them can be a challenge at the best of times, without what are you looking at on your phone? Let me look through your phone, because obviously children, young people that will obviously have rights as well, and you don't want to be that dominant. Give me your phone, let me see what you're looking at, because children will hide things. Even if you have a great relationship with your parents, carers, by the very nature of children, we all did it. We hide things because we might be embarrassed or shy or not quite sure of our own feelings on it. So it's a tension. I don't have it. Listen, I wish I had the answers, let me tell you. But it's got to be that communication, working together, and from the police perspective, sometimes actually the police aren't the right messenger at all in this, because we don't want to have children, young people worried that they could be criminalised by whatever they've done. So that's why we rely heavily on education, Yvonne, any other partners as well, and because no children, young person wants to hear a message from somebody that looks like me, who, let me tell you, is not a young person anymore. So that the messenger needs to be right in all this as well.
Thank you so much. It really speaks to the importance of relationships between parents and children. I really appreciate your analogy with, setting an 8-year-old on the street or even a 13-year-old wandering the street unsupervised without training and skills to assess safety. And I guess, it's so interesting. I think as adults, we don't know what we don't know about the internet. I think there's so much that young people know that we don't. And I remember when my children were teenagers, several of our friends had all these parental controls on the devices. And it takes children about 10 minutes to get around those controls that parents put on. So it's clearly that we would in psychology call that an authoritarian stance or parenting stance, where I'm the authority, I'm going to set limits, I'm going to be strict and harsh, versus authoritative, which is open and warm and collaborative, and let's talk about this. But I think it goes back developmentally, if I can suggest that. And I think Mitch was talking about that this morning, is how you set up communication expectations with children. And the kids illustrated this in your video, Yvonne. If parents always come down harshly on children and blame them and shame them when something's gone wrong, and things go wrong, then the children will have their backs up and will be less likely to communicate, be honest, come forward when they're really experiencing difficulties. So, it's interesting that things sort of tie around, and in the end, it comes back to relationships, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's a positive thing, and communication, the ability to communicate and realising that sometimes kids don't want to speak to their parents about stuff because it is embarrassing. And if our messaging is speak to your parents if there's a problem, no, really. I'm a father of 2 teenage daughters, and there's some things they just won't speak to me about, but I think I've got a pretty good relationship with them. So it helps me understand if our messaging is speak to a trusted adult. I'm not really wanting to speak to my mum or dad about this. It's quite embarrassing. And that's a difficult thing when we need to get that consistent message. And I do think it's a wee bit unfortunate, as Don was saying there, that we focus on the negative, but that's all I get asked for. Do you have a lesson on sextortion? Do you have a lesson on grooming? I'm never asked to focus on the positive sides of social media, the internet, or the World Wide Web. And I think that's maybe could be a change of tack. I know we've got a lot of academics here, but as a research to say that we're better off teaching the positive rather than the negative, to give them a more positive outlook in the use of social media, because all I'm asked for is, there's been this incident in the school, can you give me lessons to help? And it's always usually something negative. It's nothing that this young person is now esports champion of Scotland. Can we do a lesson on esports? It's usually the dangers of esports. It's the dangers of being on social media. What harms can young people face? So I'm always asked for that, negative aspect of it, and never the positive, which is very unfortunate. But I think that then leads, you would probably say, the majority of learning and teaching materials across the world focus on the dangers and harms of using social media, and not the impacts it can have on their mental health positively.
Yeah, again, Mitch Prinstein talked about some of the positives in terms of finding a group, especially finding an identity group, or if you're neurodiverse, finding a group of youth who are like yourselves. This whole sense of belonging, it's the flip side of what you were talking about in terms of social exclusion, Scott. So it is really an opportunity to also enhance young people's connectedness and identity formation. Lynn Apman, Melissa's mother, has a question, and I'm going to read it, and one or more of you could answer. And her question is, have you thought about involving peer mentors for teaching safe internet skills? If they're the experts, can we use them as mentors?
Yes is the answer. Under one of our comics, we're creating a peer mentoring programme where young people will be able to go and read the comics and do a bit of teaching around about that. We've also got a literacy programme where they can get down and read the comics to younger children, and hopefully that'll entice them to have some of the conversations around about this in a more positive aspect. But again, that's been developed just now, and I'm sure Yvonne will be happy to share that with you as well. So our lit review that our Education Scotland's lit review that Yvonne done for us last year showed that peer mentoring was an effective way to teach young people about risk. So that's one of the reasons we went for funding to do the comics and create the comics with Yvonne. So there is a peer mentoring approach to that, and as on our sort of work plan to get more of that if it's successful.
Mm-hmm. Yvonne, I think you talked this morning about the secondary students speaking to the primary level students. Can you talk a bit about that? And I wondered, in that dynamic, sometimes the teachers themselves are the ones who are learning a lot. And I wondered if the older students come away from that experience with just more understanding or more confidence in their work.
Well, we hope so, but we are literally testing it when I go back home. So this is literally, I think the week after I go home, we are going to be pre-testing this for the first time with the kids. So it'll be our first time running this. So once we've got the data, we'd be really happy to share. But yes, we're hoping that because it's a comic, it's very easy, it's fun, it's bright, and it's their story. Again, we know sometimes it's nice to hear a story about not you. It's not your experience. You're discussing, through fiction. And hopefully we will be raising those cyber skills, but also literacy, and showing that this doesn't just sit in this little box over here in computing, but actually we can draw across it in different subjects as well.
Okay, we'll stay tuned.
Please do.
Yeah. So I guess we'll maybe finish off with a question about coordinating systems, because you seem to be starting to do that in Scotland, and having education and the police and the university working together is extraordinary. But these issues are big issues for child and youth well-being. And I do think, there was some discussion about this morning, that we need community. And, there's close community, and clearly in Glasgow and in Scotland, you're starting to do that. But when we did work on bullying across Canada, we realized we wanted a consistent conversation. So we wanted people to be using the same language, having the same perspective, having similar messages that were evidence-based. And it's challenging to do that. And it's challenging to take things from, a project reel and moving it across an ocean, and then redoing it, and then hoping that it will be disseminated more broadly. It seems like, every school should have every community should have a project reel. And I wonder if maybe Yvonne and Scott and Alasdair, if you could talk about that, and Annette, if you have ideas about that as well. So how do we disseminate this? How do we get it taken up for a more consistent and cohesive message for children and youth?
Certainly, what's worked for us is the co-creation, as Yvonne's talked about today, and put it into their context. There was no point in us doing a comic that was based in Glasgow or based in Edinburgh or based in Inverness. The young people who are writing it are from Ayrshire, so it was based in Ayrshire, and it allowed them to take ownership of that as well. So that co-creation, and again, we are quite fortunate in Scotland. Our cyber security community is quite small. So it enables us we've already got their relationships, so it enables us to work with Alasdair, work with Yvonne as well, and other partners. And again, it's that co-creation, because I'm not an expert in any of this, but I am willing to try a couple of projects out and have them evaluated. What we've seen previously with some education projects is they're not evaluated to look at the impact. They're produced learning and teaching materials, and they're put out there, and we don't go back and look at the impact to see if it's worked. And they're put out, and then there's more education resources come out, more of it education resources come out. What happens, it can be overwhelming for teachers. Then they've got 500 resources to pick the correct one. And it's same with, I'd imagine, not speak for them, but same with the campus officers or police officers delivering a session. There's too many resources out there So what this allows us to do is sort of quality assure that and get that consistent message through that co-creation from the three organisations as well. And although we're three are here today, there's more organisations that tap into it as well. So we are quite fortunate in Scotland that we do have a small community within the cybersecurity aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
So, certainly from my perspective, I am forever pestering my colleagues down south for best practice and what works, and try and see how we can adapt it. It's getting the understanding that it works elsewhere. So looking at it and how making sure or adapting it so it works here as well. And it's just sharing that best practice, because ultimately I think everyone has the intention. It's for the good of everybody. It's not just my ball. It's everybody's. So it's about sharing it. So certainly in policing terms, we have that network, and there's 43 different forces just in England and Wales. So it's many people who are working on different things and sense checking it with other people. Does it work? Does it not work? What could be better? How can we tweak it to get the message out? So just as kind of Scott was saying, it's about working in partnership with as many people as we can to get the message out.
And just put it into that local context as well. That's important, because it's the same message. Doesn't matter if you look at all the resources out there in cyberbullying, it's the same messages. It's in them. It's just in a different context. It's just about understanding that. You don't need 500 cyberbullying resources with the same messages. Speak to a trusted adult. So it's about looking at that and putting it into your context that helps engage with learners. And again, most of the time we're talking about education programs, so ensuring teachers are on board. I'm a teacher, so I understand how to deliver what pedagogy works and what pedagogy doesn't work and what activities will work. So again, sometimes I feel that's missing, is that we don't value the input of an educator or a classroom teacher who knows how to deliver it most effectively in messaging. And that's quite important for me where I come from, and that's where my expertise is, raising the standard of learning and teaching in schools. Not as a cybersecurity expert, or I couldn't come in and fix your computer system, but I could come in and increase your level of learning and teaching, and that's where the collaboration works. I don't try and tell Alasdair about the law, but I would say this is the best way to teach that aspect of it. And I think about understanding your roles and within that relationship is very important, because some people think they are the expert and everybody should listen to them.
Yeah, that's the independent approach that Yvonne was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you from my perspective as the Miami perspective, and certainly a personal perspective that I think embodies what we can do and aspire to do at the Melissa Institute. So we don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good, okay? And there is an urgency, there is a need to really respond and to do something right now on this issue. And we have tools that are good enough. The programs that you have to develop, they need to be adapted. As an academic, I know the enormous amount of work that needs to go to fully adapt any kind of intervention into a different environment. And I'm also, having worked with community organizations for many years, I know that there's almost no organization has the capacity to fully do that without the backup of universities behind them to really evaluate and do that kind of work. And this is where we are right now. So what we are doing, Debra, in that regard, we're presenting to the schools, we're presenting to the organizations the opportunity to begin to work with us to be part of this network, and to provide them technical assistance as they come in. So they will begin to work. They'll use some of the adaptations that Christina have done, but they also will give us feedback. This ain't working. We need something different. And then we can work with them and say, okay, these are some of the things, some recommendations. There may be other people in the network by that point who are submitting to us the work that they're doing. And this is part of what we did. We created this. We're working with this influencer. We're doing that. So that way it becomes like almost like an open source, idea. So it will not really necessarily from the beginning follow all the standardized guidelines for adaptation of evidence-based practices. But I think down the road, and as my promise to Yvonne is that we will provide her the type of data she would need to be able to speak professionally about it. Yes, this worked, it didn't work, we should go with this. So that's the idea, that it will make it worthwhile for her to invest on us as we try to get the kind of information that would help everybody understand what is working and what is not in different contexts. So we're creating, our aspiration is to create a network, a global network, as you'll hear in a minute, of folks who are engaged in this, who are sharing their materials, who are sharing their successes, their frustrations, and their failures, so that we can build on that. Does that answer your question, Debra?
Yes, that's great. And it's a wonderful way to conclude this session, in that for 29 years now, the Melissa Institute has brought people together to share their commitment of having scientifically based understanding, knowledge, and practices to prevent violence and promote treatment for aggressive behavior and problematic behavior. And it's absolutely remarkable to be here 29 years later and see the extent to which the Institute, working together with all of the parts of the Institute, has really accomplished the goal that the Ottmans dreamed of, so many years ago, and have really accomplished with Dawn and Suzanne Keeley and others support. So it's been a pleasure to be part of this today, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Etione.
So now, as we come to the close of the Melissa Institute 29th conference, I want to thank each of you for being part of this global conversation. Let's today not be the end, but the beginning. The beginning of a global network committed to social media safety and mental health of our youth. We have heard today from leading researchers, practitioners, and community leaders across a few sides of the ocean. And we have seen that this is not just a local issue or a national issue. This is a global challenge, and it demands a collaborative, research-informed, and values-driven response. So let's build on this momentum. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's stay connected across time zones, institutions, and disciplines. We at the Melissa Institute encourage you to use and share the free resources we offer to you today, to join us in developing new solutions, and to let us know what you're doing in your community and how we might support or collaborate your efforts. Because together, as we have repeatedly said, we are stronger. Together we can create safer digital spaces, and together we can protect minds and strengthen communities. And I also give a shout out to our friends and partners of the YES Institute, which is a wonderful educational organization, nonprofit here in South Florida, and they have made their facilities available to us. I invite you to go and check their website and to participate of the training. They have tons of resources and have been doing their work for nearly as long as we have been, I believe 29 years too. So thank you to the YES Institute for your support, and to everybody, thank you, and be well.
I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Melissa Institute, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the prevention of violence and treatment for victims of violence.
One of the missions of the Melissa Institute is to bridge the gap between the scientific knowledge that is emerging and understanding which children and families are at risk.
Dr. Donald Meichenbaum, voted by his colleagues one of the 10 most influential psychotherapists of the century, is a founding member of the Melissa Institute.
Often you get the scientist talking to the scientist, and you get the practitioners talking to the practitioners. The Melissa Institute is designed to bring them together.
Often said, because it is true, that information is power. The Melissa Institute is all about getting that power into the hands of the people who are ready, willing, and able to effect real change. The only real choice for any of us is to see that they succeed.